in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is the current government planning framework and philosophy embedded with this new government, the new Kenya Kwanza government. Let's stand up for the national anthem once more, and the national anthem of East Africa. Thank you very much.
Kwa amani tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you to be upstanding and let's observe 1 minute silence for those friends we lost who were very much part of this family. They've gone ahead before us and they're known to us. Dr. Beach and others, Dr. Shem, Dr. Kent, Dr. Duama, and Nancy. Thank you very much. Let's observe 1 minute silence in memory of our departed friends. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good. I can see the hall is being populated now. I see many prominent guests coming along to join the table with us. Let me just recognize some of our partners in the house, as these are the partners who have made it possible for us to undertake this event. We have Ken Bright in the house. Ken Bright, just wave your hands if you're here. The CMA, Capital Markets Authority, are they here? Just wave your hands. We also want to recognize Bupa, who were here yesterday with us, one of our partners. Henrik Bolin Sifton, our German partner, has been very supportive. ICEA Lion has been very supportive of us, as also Unita Sako has been supportive. Laurelland Holmes, another important partner. Hello. Sorry. As we continue briefly, Zizi is an important partner. And of course, Kimitsu Sako is a very, very important partner for us. We also recognize Steamer Sako, and in the same mold, we recognize Kenya Airways. We also recognize Lesonia Limited, Datani Flying Doctors, Nachu Sako, CPF Pension, GIZ, Invest Kenya, and of course KDA After. Let's give a round of applause for these wonderful, wonderful organizations who have supported us. I see Dr. Chilula is in the house. Let's welcome Dr. Chilula. Thank you very much. He's a keynote speaker in the next session, and let me try to survey and see if other speakers are also here. Rachel Wakazi, is Rachel here? Okay, so let's give Rachel time. Elias Mabiria, thank you, sir. Welcome. A round of applause for Elias. Thank you. Is there anyone here from the team? His engineer, has he arrived? Okay, well, we will miss him, and we'll still have quorum, and we'll remember him. So, as we wait for other panelists to arrive, perhaps you can take this opportunity to present the report of yesterday's so let's invite Mwalimu Wanda to present the rapporteur's report to give your feedback on yesterday's. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Elfas Wanda, known to many as Mwalimu Wanda, being a teacher by profession. So I'll take us through yesterday's proceedings, being a KDHC 2025, the 12th edition, hosted at the Jacaranda Hotels under the theme Innovative, Cooperative for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development. So allow me to read through what we discussed yesterday and the call to action that was derived from yesterday's events. The 12th edition of the Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention that is convened here at Jacaranda Hotel, Nairobi, under the theme Innovative, Cooperative for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development. The gathering brought in the diaspora leadership, the government representatives, the cooperative stakeholders, and innovators to deliberate on the evolving role of the diaspora in the Kenya's socio-economic transformation. The opening remarks emphasized the importance of innovation in cooperative structures as a driver of inclusive growth. Speakers highlighted the need to harness the diaspora capital, skills, and knowledge to strengthen cooperatives and ensure sustainable development. Peak Commercial and Consulting, the KDA Global Chair USA, Bob Nyangweso, our very own KDA Chair, Dr. Shem Uvu. With all these names who underscored the numerous roles of the diasporas as investors, innovators, and job creators. They commended the diaspora community for its continued contributions, but urged that remittances should evolve into a two-way traffic system where growth is mutual, benefiting both the diaspora and the diaspora partners. The message from the Cabinet Secretaries for Cooperatives and SMEs that was read on his behalf by the Board Chairperson of the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority acknowledged the diaspora's pivotal role in promoting a nation through capital, skills, and knowledge transfer. The CS iterated the government's readiness to support diaspora initiatives, noting that the digitalization of the services has already been prioritized to make it easier for the diaspora members to engage with the existing cooperatives. He further challenged the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, KDA, to strengthen collaboration with the diaspora, affirming that the government is prepared for meaningful partnerships. In a candid intervention, James Mreu, who is the board chair, MSCA, registered his dissatisfaction with the taxation of the remittances, arguing that such measures undermine the diaspora's goodwill and contributions. He assured that the matter will be forwarded to the relevant authorities for review, signaling the need for policy adjustments to encourage diaspora investments. The KDHC 2025 was formally called to order following the reading of the CS Oparanya's message to members that were physically and virtually present. The panel sessions enrich the convention with diverse perspectives, of which we had persons like Kamunyu, the Acting Director of Policy and Market Development, the Gerald Ngondo, the Chief Investment Officer from ICLIM, His Excellency Alexander, that is the Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Germany, Jackie of KWIG, Kirui of KPIC, Dr. Simon Kigundu, President of KMA, Pascal from Kenbright, Monica from Jubilee Insurance, Angela Mecha from the Flying Doctors Society of Africa, plus a number that I didn't that I've not mentioned. They all That is Monica from Jubilee Insurance and Angela Mecha from Flying Doctors Society of Africa. They all delivered a converging message that Kenya has immense potential for the diaspora investment. They highlighted the regulatory reforms and the digitalization of services as key enablers, making it easier to invest in Kenya. The panelists identified priority investment areas that included collective investment schemes, that is CIS, money market funds, government bonds, equities via the Nairobi Securities Exchange, real estate, and the health sector. Their contribution underscored the breadth of opportunities available and importance of in conclusion. The events of day one concluded with a renewed sense of optimism, where delegates agreed that the diaspora's role must be reframed beyond remittances to
working. We have been working, and this is a major, I think the most important diaspora forum we have in Kenya annually, and we have been well supported. Diaspora representative, the KDA representative country from the United States of America, Bob Ngoso, to come and join the forum and speak to the panel here.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us again today for this second day of our convention. You're welcome once again. Thank you so much for allowing me to moderate this panel that is going to come here on manufacturing and diaspora projects and manufacturing. So I just want to welcome all the distinguished guests and also members of the global Kenyan diaspora. Welcome to this session. Kenyans across the world are watching this because this is being aired all over the world. As you know, KDA is global. We have people in Australia, we have people in the US, UK, and this is live. So it's being watched by everybody. The big question we have today on manufacturing is, how do we transform diaspora remittances from survival support into engines of industrialization? That is what we will discuss today, and how can we do that. So today's discussion will explore opportunities, we'll look at risks, we'll look at systems that are needed to make diaspora-led manufacturing a reality, because that is the direction we need to go. Whether in agro-processing, textile, green energy, pharmaceuticals, or construction material. So I just want to take this moment now to welcome our distinguished panel. I believe Okay, all right. Yeah, that's fine. So according to the program, I'd like to welcome the ambassador of Ethiopia to join the panel. I'd also like to welcome Stephen Kuria, who's the CEO of Australia Africa Energy and Minerals Institute. Mr. Stephen Kuria, if you're here, please join the panel. Oh, okay.
No, that's yours.
That's not okay. Yeah. So I'd like to welcome Rachel Mwakazi. Wait. Next. Okay. I'd like to welcome Anthony Mwangi, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, past CEO. Karibu sana. I also like to take this opportunity to welcome Engineer Laban Onditi. Next. Okay. Then last but not least, Dr. Kenneth Chilule, CEO Special Zones Authority. Karibu sana. Welcome everybody. Okay, so our panel today here we have government representatives, shaping industrial and cooperative policy. We have private sector leaders, running manufacturing operations. We also in this
Chair, Dr. Uchuado, and the diaspora fraternity. I also recognize the ambassador. Good morning. I'm a bit, it's part of the process. So by training, I'm a biomedical engineer. Part of my life working for Johnson & Johnson, designing products that go into your body when you are aging, and that kind of stuff, which those days I have to emphasize this. Some of them I would make at the cost of 50 pence for those who come from the UK. 50 pence is less than £1, and when I come to Nairobi hospital I would buy them at 1,500 shillings. What transacted in between I don't know, but that was the real fact then. I came to Kenya in 2012. I joined a government agency called Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, whom I worked for, and I'm still their employee until 2022, when I joined my current employer, which is Special Economic Zones, and became a CEO in 2023. I think I will say much more later, and I want to affiliate with you, but I'm happy when I see this reference back to our country from people like yourself. And I'm sure there are many others who don't, but I admire this, and let's keep going this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chiburi. My name is Elias Mabiria. I come from the diaspora. I stayed a lot of time in Europe. I started with Asia, India, mainly, and Singapore. I went to school a little bit in Canada, and currently I live both in Kenya and the United States. I do vote in both countries, but I came back. I live in Kisii. I work with young people in the manufacturing space, and that is the reason I came here today to share that it is possible. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please pass my mic.
Good morning. First of all, KDA, and of course our beloved host, Dr. Shem, and Cesarina over there. Dr. Shem and Cesarina over there. My name is Antana Tariku and Mr. Hayu. They are both from the Ethiopian Diaspora Association. I hope they will learn a lot from the experience of KDA. That was our main part.
All protocols observed. As we say here, I'm not sure whether you say that in diaspora. I think it's uniquely Kenyan. My name is Anthony Mwangi, founder CEO, Visible Industries. We're developing commodity exchange. value chain integration, agri-value chain integration. We are in contract manufacturing, so if you want to manufacture, you don't have to be in sector, so that you are able to develop data centers that you see happening in the regions that you diaspora people come from. I spent a lot of time. My previous role was CEO at CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Before that, I worked for Bolt. Before that, I worked for Tallow. So we were the first to make Kenya oil producing country. We exported a few 240,000 barrels of oil. Before that, I worked for IBM, reporting to DC.
We have a very competent panel over here. I'm sure they'll help us, come with a way of how to use this 600 billion shilling that diaspora sends over here, how we'll turn this money into building factories and moving forward. So I'll just go straight to some of us come up with a formula of converting our remittances, which are right now just for domestic use, and how we can use it back into investments. I've just been reminded that use it back into investments. I've just been reminded that the panelists, before we go straight to the questions, moderating is a new thing in my avenue.
So I think it's a very wide subject, but let me just give you employing close to about 360,000, and they're 60,000. And the opportunities that we have, even if we're just to go back to where we were, but if you add agro-processing and you take the quantum of manufacturing, almost 500,000 metric tons of rice is 1,200 billion shillings every.
Thank you. Presentation. Warehouse receipt, electronic warehouse receipt. That is the way of the diaspora.
We as a government came to recognize this huge volume of money going under the informal sector to shift it to the formal sector. So imagine if some education and consumption. So the second challenge is to transfer the huge amount of the world to encourage the diaspora remittance through the formal sector. So this is remittance, and respect the President for having participated our joy. So the diaspora was installed. This is an exemplary effort. We believe that having learned from this, we believe that we Africans can do a lot if we have visionary leaders and manage to rally the people behind some huge projects like the Renaissance Dam. So we have a great respect. We encourage them in terms of sending remittance back home.
For such a wonderful feat. Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful information with us. It's a challenge to those of us in the diaspora to organize ourselves and see if for that wonderful rendition of information. I'd now like to invite the next.
Now we have to change and get it done the right way. Last week I visited Kampala, a company called Newman's Food. A very young man younger than perhaps all of us here, from Uganda. He took a factory. I was amazed. It is twice the size of my factory in Kisii. And then he just got funded $6 million to run the factory. And when you look at him, he has just under 250 young people working in that factory. His market is not in Uganda. His market is actually export in Germany. And he told us that in Poland and in Netherlands and in Middle East. I know it's possible. I want to take you back where I started. People in my village, they say it cannot be done. So it can't be done, so we watch. But we can buy, everybody, almost all the young people, they have got a smartphone. Where is it made? How do you get money to buy it? The little we have is wasted. Let me switch a little bit. How can we take advantage of the diaspora remittances? Right now, when money comes from the diaspora, I use Minnesota as an example. There's a lot of Kisii young people in Minnesota. They send so much money to Kisii in my village. The money is to go to school, it goes to buy land, is to build a house, and it is also to buy medicine. When you build a house, the money goes to hardware, buys materials from Nairobi, and then the village never sees that money. So the money comes to Kisii, bounces like a tennis ball, back outside. So the Kisii young people, and that's the same for every part of the country, and perhaps in Africa, the money comes, money goes back. I mentioned we just spent over 100 million in equipment. Who funded that? The young lady that I took from Kisii University to help her to start manufacturing, the first thing she said, I cannot do it, I don't have the money. And then I said, I don't know how it's done. I took her to Cyprus, just benchmarking. When she came back, said, I want to be a manufacturer. Today, she's the head of the organization, from university to become a manufacturer with no partner in Kisii to help. Now, technology is against me. I started it, I don't know how to stop it. Thank you. My 5 minutes are up. In summary, our people need a change of mindset. Our diaspora needs to change a mindset. I just mentioned we raised 100 million from an American investor. Now, you in the diaspora, you are sending 600 billion, and it all goes bounce and bounce back. We must make our people produce what we buy all from other people. And we can't do that unless we get our feet wet by getting in and doing it ourselves. When you think you can't do it, there are people willing to help you, and Mwangi is a good example. When I went to Kisii, I said, I want to help. If you are ready to produce, let us partner and produce. It's painful that an American can trust a village in Kisii with 100 million shillings, but the diaspora cannot invest in a company in Kisii with $10,000, which is basically 1 million shillings. If we have 10 people, 100 people investing in a startup in Kisii, in Kitui, in some place, then we can change the lives of our people in those villages, because our young people are capable, they are able, and unfortunately, they don't know they can do it. Let me quote the late President Moi and sit down. He spoke in Swahili. Mwafrika ni kama kuku ambaye alifungwa mapawa. Ukifungwa yule mapawa ndio atoke. Our people, our education has become our kufunga mapawa. We are tied in our education, we can't do it. Unless somebody kicks us and we start, then now diaspora, you are the point of kicking our young people and say, here is some money, go to Mwangi, produce this. Here is some money, go to Mabiria and Kisii, he will teach you for free. Let me make something clear here. I'm too old to make money out of you in the diaspora, out of the young people in the village. But I am young enough, I'm strong enough to give you free information on some of the things. This drink, this is a banana juice. I drank it 1981 in Singapore. It came from Thailand. I never knew how it was done. I decided when young people asked me from KISS University, can we make banana juice? I said, yes, we can. And today they're making this, which was being done in KISS. Then they're doing banana crepes, added value addition. The packaging material comes from China, the diaspora. You can invest $2,000, I mean $10,000, and have a packaging system for these young people. This is banana crepes, banana cookies. Young people 2 years ago who knew nothing about manufacturing, today they are doing this. Why? An old man from the diaspora came, settled in Kisi, and said we can do it. And I want to say the diaspora members, yes, we can do it. Together we can change the villages where we came from, because nobody's going to come from outside to do it for us, but we can do it for us, for our children, for our grandchildren, and for the future of Africa. God bless you.
Makofi. Thank you very much. That's a wonderful representation of your company. Just to stress on what you said, for a long time, we Kenyans, leave alone Kenyans only, Africans, we have doubted ourselves. We have never thought that we can do it. We always thought manufacturing is done by other people, Chinese, Japanese, and everything else. You know, just like he says, money comes in, and then it goes out immediately for imports, while we can do it ourselves, you know. Like he says, if 10 of us diaspora can come together and invest in his company, he will not need to borrow money from anybody else. So thank you very much for showing us how it's done. You've presented some wonderful products that we didn't even know existed, but now we'll make sure everybody knows that they're there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then you also talked about the culture, you know, how to develop our culture, whereby now the diaspora starts thinking about manufacturing as opposed to just being consumers, which we've been thinking that that's all we do, and then import things. Thank you so much. So I just want to take up this moment to invite the next guest to give us a few remarks, and then I will open it for more discussion. Thanks.
Asante sana rapporteur. I'd ask for a PowerPoint presentation. But in the meantime, I want to say this. So my job on a daily basis is to bring investment into this country, whether domestic or foreign. And you are aware, globally, we've got around $1.34 trillion of FDI that globally we all fight for, whether you are United States, China, Kenya, we're all fighting for this amount of money. 80 billion of those come to Africa. Kenya receive no more than 2 billion. Ethiopia is doing well, it's around 8. Uganda is equally, I will not go through the whole slide, I'll guide you on where I want. And Uganda is around 2 billion too. So we are very good at trade, but not good in the manufacturing and those other. And that's why I'm here. Because the conversation around investment must change. We've not been investor friendly for one reason or another. And we want to see how we can tap into your potential. With 600 billion, I think the manufacturing in this country can change. And I believe you live. Some of you work in those industries out there, so you see what they are doing. It's no different from what you can do. Maybe what you are afraid for is what my colleague has said, the courage to do it. I want you to go to slide. Keep forwarding, I'll tell you when to stop. These are normal things that you know government present. I don't want to say those. It's about incentives. Keep going. Keep going. Next. 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 Good. This is where I want us to begin our conversation, because then it touches you. Special Economic Zone program is not unique to Kenya. Countries such as China, Singapore, Malaysia, lately Morocco, even Ethiopia, I know it's industrial park in Ethiopia, South Africa, are using for purposes of industrialization. And this is the reason why. You know, countries such as ours, according to many investors, particularly from the West, are perceived as high risks, okay, political and many others. So governments around the world have been looking for instruments that allows investors guarantee that they'll get return on their investment. And therefore, SEZ is one of those. That's good for this continent, because in our zones, you're protected. You don't get the famous kanjo coming to your premises unless they have gone through the office of the Special Economic Zones Authority. So when you are inside, you are secure, you get to do what you are good at, which is business, manufacturing and all those. You don't have to sell in Kenya, but you are free to sell in Kenya if you so wish, but you cannot. We encourage you primarily to sell outside. Okay? I thought I put up this slide just to give you an indication that there is a lot that has been provided for, that today we have close to 1 trillion Kenyan shilling waiting to go into our zone to take advantage of this environment that has been created by Kenya government. So on a yearly, when you make your profit, we make your returns. In your first 10 years, if you have to pay tax, you'll do 10%. In your next 10 years, you do 15%. And after 20 years, it's 30%. Normally, this will be 30% from the word go, outside of the zone. For VAT, any raw materials that go into part of your process is zero rated. You've heard about reimbursement that people go through, especially those in flower sector. When trying to get refund from KRA, it's a challenge. Here is not, because you don't get to pay. Stamp duty, withholding tax, excise, capital gain tax are all exempted. Right? And look at this, investment deduction. So the equipment that you buy, before you even contemplate paying tax, you need to have recovered your investment. You put in $1 billion, $1 million, until when you recover that, you cannot pay corporation tax which you are due. Actually, in essence, there are only two forms of taxes. Company. It's corporation tax, corporate tax, and PAYE. And you know PAYE is paid by employee. So technically, you only pay one tax to Kenya government. So Kenya government has given up all this for a number of reasons. Primary reason, you create employment for us. So the jobs that we expect you to create will be of certain quality, all right? And second reason is you bring in forex to this country so that you can stabilize the forex reserve. And it's very interesting because where we sit, we see a lot of companies from outside setting up in our zones, particularly the Chinese. For those coming from America, Mr. Donald Trump has done us a lot of good because of the 10%. It has become attractive to the Asian countries. They think we are doing better with the 10% tariff. Therefore, there is an inflow, especially the last 6 months. Now, so why would foreigners trust this program? Well, you diaspora trust to buy a piece of land. You may not know. You may know or may not know where it is. And here you are safe. So it has been disappointing 3 years engaging with you. Yeah, that's when I have to say so. From my bottom of my heart, I've been faithfully attending this conference every year for the last 3 years. Okay? But I am hopeful that we'll get somewhere. And this is the reason why. So in Naivasha, which is a government facility, especially special economic zone, we started with 1,000 acres. Because of the success, we have around 60% success rate. Very slow, but 16%. 60% investors are going in. We added another 5,000. We've got a total of 6,000. I have said we are willing to give you land as diaspora. Use to develop that piece of land. Currently, our estimation, all the modern infrastructure, is no more than 50 billion. You are passing to this country how much? 600 billion. And this you are investing, and there will be return. Because you will put up the necessary infrastructure, go down where you will earn money as you supplement to those who are interested. So I've got a number of Chinese who they land in my office. I get one at least every day who says, I want to start next week because I want to close my business yesterday. Can I get a plug and play? You see, if you are investing there, the chances of your investment going wrong are minimized. Why? Because goods going in are monitored by KRA and special economic zone, so there will be no diversion. What we need, and I want to address some what of my colleagues have said, what we may lack in this country is first the belief. We need to change the culture. The president keeps saying we are just average. You guys are from diaspora. We need to think beyond average. Put in the infrastructure, the structure, management structure, which you have experience, either as running your own businesses or working for multinationals, so that we can help you build, provide the environment that investors can go in. We are not lacking investors, that I can tell you as a country. What we are lacking is you diaspora playing your rightful role. And so two things are required from you: resource, money, and your management skills. That's it. The rest we can work out. And I can tell you, this country is moving on. When I came here, I was warned, if you're joining government, be prepared. I took 10 years of frustrations. Okay? You don't want to get your ideas, but you know, we've changed the constitution in this country, which sometimes has become a problem. Everyone has a say. Even those who have no idea have a say in what goes on. So it becomes a problem in implementing. So this program is cautioned from those. When you're in NSEZ, you don't, people like counties do not have a say. We are exempted from following certain code like CES, music copyright, statistics, all those laws we don't comply, because special economic zone is a country on its own. So it's outside Kenya. So it's like you're in diaspora. Okay? So we need you. And I'm willing to engage. Recently, AfriExim Bank is putting in close to $1 billion in one of our zones. They've taken 2,000 acres. They want to do integrated infrastructure with an Indian company called Arise, which has taken over Rivertex, for those who know. They've also invested in another 2,000 acres with $3 billion in Vipingo. So let's go beyond your nice house in Runda, your nice house in Karen, and do something. The way the Ethiopians have done with their Renaissance, and the way the Koreans did with their infrastructure around the ports and the road many years ago, to extend that South Korea is what it is today. I know we are looking for a perfect framework with government on how to remit your money. But my experience in government today is you have to demonstrate that you can make a difference first for government to listen. Because government is everybody. It's not the president alone. President gives guidance and then we work together towards the vision. But it's us. So let us do an example. If that succeeds, it's easy to say change the policy. That's my experience, and I'm not lying on that, because that's how it works. Until recently, we've been struggling to get money to build our infrastructure until when Arise came in. If you look at Konsa, how many have been to Konsa? Konsa, that investment you see there is around 35 billion. Very good. But there are only few investors who have gone there yet. because it takes a lot. Investment space and promotion is like being in a church on a Sunday, a preacher talking, hoping that someone will be converted. Then you have 1,000 people, you preach, only one at the end of the session convert. That's how investment is. So we want you to believe in your country, believe in such programs, invest yourself, and you will see. In Naivasha, and I want to say this is my last comment, we were struggling to get investors. So this Japanese company noticed something about Kenyans. They are obsessed with Toyota. So they opted to come to Naivasha to say, instead of Kenyan companies and Kenyan people going to Japan to buy cars in an auction house there, they bought the auction house in Naivasha for Kenya and the continent. So today you don't need to buy a car in Japan, wait for 2 months to arrive, go through the KRA process and KPA process. You go to Naivasha, sit down, the price start 200,000, mara kwanza, mara pili, someone add, up to the point you say, I'm the winning bidder. You've seen your car, you've even been inside, and you walk away with that car having paid the relevant duties. That's what's happening in Naivasha. Now, no one wanted to go to Naivasha. These guys took a leap of faith, invested, they set up. Now today, as we speak, almost a year and a half down the line, we've got 19 companies on site because of the trailblazing of this company. For diaspora to succeed, you must take a leap of faith in our program and of this country. Thank you.
Makofi, thank you so much. Wonderful. Again, one more time, round of applause. That is information that is new. Special economic zones are available and they're here to stay. As you had over 50 billion shillings or dollars global investment in manufacturing, and only 2% or 2 billion comes to Kenya. Being that we are high risk, $1.43 trillion. You see, as you can see, we have to de-risk ourselves, which means we have to make ourselves less risky. That means we have to invest in ourselves. We bring in our money over here, and then that will make us, now they can even borrow money from us, once we de-risk all this. So we are all, as I said, we are good traders, but we are not good business people. We trade very well. We buy from other people. So this growth in Naivasha speaks volumes, and I encourage all the diaspora people to take a bite in this huge cake that's available for us through SMEs. The risks are so minimal. Chances of losing money is 0 to none, as just mentioned over here. So basically, I think we just have to do it. We have to put our heads together, work with these great ideas that we have here, so that we can progress ourselves and de-risk our countries, because nobody's going to de-risk us. We have to de-risk ourselves. Thank you so much for that information. So we have to go beyond just building those beautiful houses in Runda and invest in factories and help these gentlemen grow. Thank you. So my question to the panel. Kenya only gets about 2 billion of Africa's 50 billion annual investment. With special zones like Konza and Naivasha ready for manufacturing, what will it take for the diaspora to move from building homes to building factories, so that we can trust that the tree elaborate on that?
So we have two types of special economic zones in Kenya, private and public, and a developer. In Naivasha SEZ, you can get, and I don't know how many of you, what can you do with $100? today as we speak. Given $100, what can you do? Lunch, isn't it? Or like a breakfast. Now for $100, I can give you $3,000 per hectare per year. That translates around $100. And once you are there, you just need to focus on your activity. So we give you lease bare, you build and do your business. Of course, we focus on manufacturing, but there are exceptional cases where you can also transship products from elsewhere into a zone into other countries. That's what this car company is doing. It's a kind of a transshipment process. So there are opportunities. If I was to describe, whether you are in manufacturing, today we spend around 500 billion importing food commodities as a country. Okay? It's a lot of money. Yet we can grow oil crops along the shores of Lake Victoria and along the coastal. We are about, and I'm sure you've seen this in the newspapers, we are thinking of setting up a 1.5 million acres of land in Kalana Kulalu, which would be irrigated as a special economic zone. The discussions are, we will want people to plant various crops, from corn, silk, and everything else, but you will lease a minimum of 50,000 acres per one company, or thereabouts, because you're looking for real businesses. So quite a number of companies are there. But in Naivasha in particular, which is of interest to me because I'm the one in control, the rest are either controlled by Kenya Ports Authority in Dogokundu, or Kuria Green by Kenja, and Rivertex has been taken over by an Indian company. You'll be seeing some good things happening there. So there are plenty of things. In Naivasha, we have the leeway to discuss. And I'm keen, I'm still offering this as an offer. Come as a unit, we will negotiate how you enter. Because I am keen to prove a point that diaspora can do something. We can also agree on what sectors you want. We will master plan for you. Okay? Whether you want agri-processing, you want EV manufacturing, you want construction, you want automotive, you want pharmaceuticals. The leading companies in Naivasha today are around pharmaceuticals. We have a data center, we have construction, we have essential oil, the Gucci type, and they are extracting oil from Kenyan plants, and many others. Okay? We can also onboard you as a real estate developer for SEZ. You may not become a manufacturer. You just come and build and wait for someone to lease. And we'll facilitate someone to come and lease from you. That we are willing. But there will have to be compromises. There are roads in between. Water is on site in Naivasha, so it's not a problem. Electricity is on site. Some fiber network is on site. So, and we are positioning that zone as a green zone because we are close to Kuria. So there's plenty of, I don't know how to present, but unprecedented, so many opportunities, put it that way. As you wish. You guys have experience. Let's give it a try. Hata kama tunaanza na 5 acres, let's give it a try.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Tunaanza na eka 5. In Ethiopia, our Kuria is there. Okay, so thank you so much. That's wonderful information. Now, what models of structured diaspora investment could Kenya adopt fund large-scale industrial products or projects? Mheshimiwa to the far left. Taking examples from lessons we're learning from Ethiopia.
Responding to such a question after Daktari is such a difficult one. But first things first. Even before, and all of them are important. But feeding ourselves is a basic thing that we must do. And we cannot produce green steel, green cement, green fertilizer if we cannot feed ourselves. So there are models that we can use for you to channel your investments to feed ourselves. And I don't want to repeat what I said earlier, but maybe let me just mention by an example. I mentioned about rice, and I mentioned about we are splashing in excess of $1 billion importing rice, while we have land. And Dr. has mentioned Bura irrigation scheme alone, and if my numbers and Dr.'s number conflict, refer to Dr.'s numbers, is in excess of 200,000 acres that we can plug and play. Government has done a lot of work, even putting in water canals that you can just go there and pick 50,000 acres, 10,000 acres, 5 acres, and you plant rice. So at a personal level, of course, challenged by that and just thinking about, is there somebody who is thinking about, and I'm sure government thinks about many things, but are we modeling how we're going to feed? We are unable to feed properly ourselves now. Is there anybody looking at how we're going to feed ourselves in 2100, in 2050? And I'm glad to hear, some of those examples. But until we take advantage, the Dubai people, the UAE people, the Qataris, the other, Bahrain will come and take that land to plant fodder for their animals in the Gulf, if you don't do it. So at a personal level, so we went to looked at what we can do. We found there's a financial institution that was financing farmers to grow paddy rice. And of course, because you are Kenyans, they were taken through what we call character development by our Kenyan farmers. So you finance farmers, and then when the paddy is ready, they sell to other people. Okay? So they spent about 3 years trying to de-risk that piece, which is not a small thing because of the trust currency has depreciated in Kenya greatly. So we found that. On the other side, there are people, actually an American company from Louisiana, looking at investing in rice to sell not in Louisiana but here. Right? They have been spent 4 years looking for paddy rice. They cannot get. We have a company financing farmers, but there is no paddy because it's been side sold. Side selling is a major risk. We have also this American company financing farmers in Busia and Bunyala and Bumamu, and have also been done the character development. So we've gone in and said, this is a producer ecosystem with the bank financing. They have $40 million, but they cannot deploy. We have somebody here who needs 1,000 metric tons a month to be able to sell locally. That's 1 million acres of paddy. Okay? So we brought in the collateral management. We've plugged in I told you about electronic warehousing system. We are actually now integrating that with the bank through the API so that the bank can be able to see what they're holding at any one time. Integrating that with the government exchange called COMEX, so that also the government can be able to see that we have started production, so you synchronize the importation window with the production, what is happening locally. So you can be able to use those de-risk models to be able to plug in. And I can tell you, even though you flip that to maize, What we are the same, because we are layering the same system for maize. We require the minimum that we require is about 20 billion to mobilize the maize so that farmers don't have to sell at 3,000, at 2,500, because that is the production cost. We want the farmers to be able to deposit the commodity in a warehouse at NCPB or any other warehouse, discounted with the funds you can be able to provide. You have a title of that product, and these things EWR is instant. The title changes instantly. Farmers get discounted at 60%, they go back to the farm. But because the only way farmers are going to produce is having certainty, because farmers don't trust the traders don't trust the processors, and sometimes all of them don't trust the government. So we need to create this trust for all of us, so that then we can be able to produce. So even without, and I'm very passionate about, manufacturing, the hardcore manufacturing, we have opportunities for diaspora, and we said we are one of the first agencies when I was working for CAM to meet with His Excellency the President. And because manufacturers have been accused of, oh, you complain about power, you complain about all these things, we said we are going to give you only 3 slides per sector. And the sector number 1, and I'm not taking a bit of time, just give me 2 minutes. The slide number 1 will be the opportunity. We don't want to go to HE and start talking about these problems. We know we have challenges. We have taxation challenges. We have power challenges. But here, we're going to talk about the opportunity. Sector number 1 all the way to sector number 14. And we started with textile. And we said, how are we going to define this opportunity? And we did a lot of work just modeling around that, so that everybody within the 14 sectors have the same template. And so we're going to look at global opportunity and what is addressable. So for people in marketing, we say total addressable market. That's a term. And what you can be able to address, obtain, that is some. And we say, if you forget anything else, let's look at the pie. The size of the pie, global market, and the slice of the pie, what we can be able to address. And we went for textile. Textile in the cities, in the countries that you come from, or the countries that you are in. Kenya, $500 million. It is a drop, small drop in the ocean. Then the slide number 2, we ask the manufacturers, if you're given all the things that you've been asking government to give you, what is the potential, what is the slice out of this 2.1 trillion we can get? And we did modeling, and it comes to $10 billion. We do Wrangler in Uaraka and very high-end, products. But unfortunately, it is not you guys who are doing that. Your people are there for minimum. That is the only thing that you get benefit from. All these people are coming from far east. I bought from Macy in New York, and it was made in Kenya, $9. And I bought it because it was made in Kenya. So you knew how to capture the market. It is all. Let me give you just a final, and as I sit down. We had AGOA for 25 years, and this kind of annoys me quite a bit. Okay? And we had opportunity for 6,000 tariff lines. Tariff lines means products. 6,000. For 25 years, we only utilized less than 6 out of 6,000. 4. And even those ones, we utilize less than 10%. What? But we have Kenyans, hardworking Kenyans in diaspora. But we did not utilize 6,000 opportunities. When it was coming to an end, that's why we start running around begging for an extension of 1 year. And my point was, and I did an article on BD, I said, whatever you didn't do for 25 years, there's nothing you're going to do in 1 year. So it's not useful. For the people in the EU, we have now opened Kenya EU EPA. Water-free, duty-free. 27 countries, $17 trillion economy. We are still going after 25 years, do the same thing we have done. We are not going to utilize that opportunity. We have the same in UK, we have the same in EU. So what are we doing? How helpful are you in diaspora to harness these opportunities? What you're doing is small things, tunabeba unga, tunabeba. So what can we do when we are there in those capitals to be actually the off-takers? We have our products here, we send it to you, and you start distributing because you understand the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me add.
Okay.
I'll build on what
we
you
are
said.
running out of time, but everybody one minute
points I want
each.
to add.
Yes.
You're aware about natural infrastructure facets we have. NSSF, Kenya Pipeline. This case your case, and you are assured of the money. That's one source.
Work, send money for somebody's school fees, or are we going to convert this money to this gentleman over here, or the ideas we have?
Wonder where did so and so go? I don't know where they went. And you find yourself alone. So in the 70s, a lot of older persons are very lonely because they have lost a lot. What happened to your children? They are too busy looking after their families. And that's when you are left alone, you are sick and so forth. At later years, this earth rejects you. It tells you your body is frail, you go out and we bury you. However, there are still a lot of older persons. Yesterday I listened and somebody said we have a lot of trust deficit. We the diaspora have a lot of trust deficit because the money we send is used for purposes that we don't purpose. We only come here and see fake projects that we do not intend. And a lot of people are disappointed. Number 4, many experts who are rejected at 60, many experts who are rejected at 60 are now floating in old age between 60 and 80. There were engineers, there were experts like the doctor here, there were expert doctors, there were professors, and I can tell you, I'm ambassador for older persons in Africa. Therefore, I know these people are suffering because they don't have income, they didn't have investment, they didn't have any kind of pension. So they are very educated, they were very big in government, but now they are suffering from poverty and disease. Begin to think that there is a resource, a human resource, or human capital, which can be built into. Those who know me, I ran Transition Authority for 4 years and I transformed the whole of this country. What is a factory? Give me one. So look at his, I will not use his age, but he's an elder. What can't he do? Look at our gentleman here, the chairman. He's 72. What can't he do? And there are a lot of us. He's now we say our age. He's 63, 64. And he's running a global movement.
I know Rachel came late, but Rachel will put you on another panel, on food security panel. Is that okay? Yeah, so that we can move on with the program. But please, a big round of applause for this. I have a history with Kisii. I was the project manager for 10 years at Kisii University, and I was involved with Kirby in starting the food processing facilities across the road. So Kisii we know well. We delivered 12 learning facilities in 20. One day you may give me the keys and say thank you, because it's a beautiful learning facility. When we started, it accommodated 682 students. As we handed out, we're getting cheaper sources of energy from you, and we look forward to receiving power at a much reduced unit. My brother here, now you know my age, to create these deficiencies, these gaps. These gaps are not natural, and which you call opportunities. We had an ecosystem that lent itself to food production for many years. Two factors affected us. Number one, the political changes of 1990, which was followed by the medicine of globalization. When we lapped it up in opportunities which are now presenting themselves, but we need an ecosystem, we need political will to reorganize food production in this country. So we agree on the models that we're using. Another round of applause, plus our moderator here. Thank you very much. Could we have a photograph on this side? Rachel, we've introduced Rachel. Yeah, she will join us on the food security panel. Yes? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, team. Industries. We're very happy to have the panel label, please, and put refreshments here. Where are the ladies? We need to clear. Where are the ladies? No one to help. Can we have some refreshments here on the table, maybe with some writing material for the panelists, please? Grace? It will be done. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you very much. That was a really exciting start. It got us all animated and whetted our appetite for better things to come. I want to recognize the new panelists in the house, and I'm not certain if this is a clear print. Arnold, read some of the names. Founder of Candy Cash, Elliot Galicio. Is he here? Elliot, no. Okay, let me identify to this panel. Somali ambassador to Kenya. I would like him to be here with us. His name is invite onto this. He made it all the way from Kipsaita, having attended the race last Saturday, and he's been involved in many good things. We have I cannot read this. Dr. Steve Hannington, is it Hannington? Steve Hannington, is he here? Not yet, but he will arrive. Kim, do we have Kim? Is Kim here? Okay, so we have quorum, and that's what's important. Let me invite our moderator, Bob Nyongweso, to take the floor. Bob, it's all yours. Chairman. Is now globally recognized. You know, we have Kenyans over the world, globally. Yet, much of the potential remains untapped. Kenya's creative industry as not just a cultural output, but a real economic engine. So, before we discuss what role the diaspora can play in investing in production, and of course, I'll give a moment to the panelists to come out here and at least introduce themselves and give us a brief, maybe a 5-minute brief before we reach.
Children were young, we were teaching them good manners, how to behave when they meet people, greet people, be nice, smile. And we are getting a bit agitated. And so he eventually turns up before we take breakfast. And when he meets us, he remembers. So he says, like Martin Luther King once said, good morning. And so let me also begin from there. I think I have your attention now. So like Martin Luther King or Shakespeare once said, good morning. I think it's still good morning. I'm so delighted to be here to join His Excellency and the other panelists. Let me begin by acknowledging Dr. Shemo Chodho, a great friend of mine, someone we have come a long way, a brother. We've been to Secretary General of Kenya Union, a champion. So we teamed up, and he and Jeruga Tabaki and others supported me to also fight for media space. And I remember he picked my hand. I didn't have money. I was campaigning robustly to be elected. I was not a big name. And Shem put his money, would pay for meetings for me at the Stanley, to meet journalists. To cut the long story short, I got a brother, a mentor, and a friend from 2001 to date. We've been through the trenches. I've seen him from politics to being CEO of Kenya Pipeline. To this, I've been with him. In fact, when I was the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, for 3 years in a row, we were sponsors. And so it is a pleasure for me and start the Charms Media. And I was telling my brother where it started. Now you have the guru here. Let me acknowledge a few friends I came with. And one of them is also full and well-spoken. So why would I spoil by introducing a beautiful woman like this? Shema just said some very nice words about you. I'm sure that you bear witness. Things about my brother. Thank you. This is Deborah Akello, a great woman. Let me give her the mic to say, if she doesn't complete, I will add a few spices.
Good morning. So my name is Deborah Akello. I am from Los Angeles. That's where I stay. I'm also the chair lady of the Luo women in the United States. So all the Luo women, I am their chair lady. I'm also doing some work with the U.S. government and also with the state of California. And I'm also here to support talent. We're going to have a big event in April where we're supporting young Kenyans.
Thank you. Please appreciate her. Deborah arrived yesterday, and I informed her about the great work that Shem is doing and you guys, and I asked her to come and just be with us and listen. And thank you, Deborah, for agreeing to come. Let me introduce my last guest, Solomon Oboto, if you can come. Now, this one is an amazing story. When TikTok and like Mheshimiwa Mwangi, myself and other CEOs decided to get there to cleanse that space, to clean it up, to teach our young people decency, and they bought tons of clean car. He said he's a Kenyan, he likes what we do, he has been watching on the background, and we became friends. And eventually, to cut the long story short, I'm the chancellor. It's a university for mentorship and talent development. From somebody you met on TikTok to becoming the chancellor of his university. Be kind online. We're using the KTN. Before you post, is it kind? Is it true? Is it necessary? And telling people, if you can't help someone, just leave them alone. Don't troll them. There are many things happening and people are going through a lot. So you don't need to add pain into what they are going through. I said, I like that. Now we are working together. Is one of the closest friends I have, Mr. Solomon Oboto, U.S. Army officer, emeritus.
What do I say? Wow. Thank you, my brother. I love you. Thank you for your mentorship and thank you for ananisomeanga sana, but baadaye akimaliza kunisomea ananiambia nakusomea hivyo kwa sababu nakupenda sana, kuacha tu. So I want to acknowledge that. Thank you for taking your time to shape me, to put me for 11 years. It was my honor and privilege. I had an early retirement on a medical ground. My wife in the United States, and I also thought of giving back to our country. And
but you know our artists and the young people, and when fame comes, you do one hit, you become a famous person. Your music's playing all over the radio and TV and on social media. It becomes very difficult to mentor them. We have had some of the brilliant artists in this country. When I met Solomon, he was mentoring a young man you may all know. Is because of what that young man has become. All of you might have heard about Jim Wathingo, or aka Jim Wat, the one who did the song Kumbe, courtesy of the mentorship program and the engagements that he has started. So anyone here who really is in that space, or you know somebody about management of talent, yeah, thank you. I think my 5 minutes are over. I don't know what to do. Allow me just now to summarize and put it this way. I'm Dr. Ezekiel Mutwiwa. I am the CEO of the Music Corporate Society of Kenya. We administer corporate on behalf of 16,000 members. Actually now going to 17. In fact, we are 17. It's only that we take time. Once you come to become a member of MCSK, we don't just allow you immediately. We give you a work declaration form. We do due diligence to know whether this is your copyright, whether you have given us works that belong to other artists. So I have before then I was the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, where the media nicknamed me the moral cop. And I still think I'm the only moral cop in Kenya. The reason is I decided when I became CEO to do something. You don't have to sexualize your content. So I was telling artists, you can still become famous doing clean content. That content should promote our culture. It should not be the theater of the absurd, where because of music we lose our decency. Music must be have nudity, must have vulgarity, must promote drugs and so on. It was not an easy war. I fought a big battle. I believe that legacy remains because I meet people in the streets and they still think I work for Kenya Film Classification Board. So that makes me think I made an impact. And I was surprised that when I started that campaign, unfamous or unpopular as it was, other countries, including South Africa, that is so liberal. One of the biggest wars I had is when Netflix launched in Kenya, I think around here, among other 31 countries at one go, and their content and not be powers, but I started a conversation. The thing is, I believe that content is powerful. Media shapes views and opinions. Media can build or destroy. It's a double-edged sword. And countries that have progressed have managed that space in a way that you create awareness among content. And so that is what I was doing. Called Watershed, that between 5 in the morning to 10 in the evening, content that is aired on free-to-air radio and TV must be suitable for the remote control, because there is something bad that has been said. That campaign was not to destroy the creative space. It was actually to bring discipline, like a calling. I still promote clean content, but now I'm in a space where I'm promoting copyright and how we can monetize people to make money. I'm so delighted that Kenya is leading in that space. We are doing very well in getting our creatives to push our content online. And where I take even great pleasure is because I was also a champion of the analog to digital migration when I was the Secretary of Information for this country. Pushed by my own values, I'll confess, because when I was appointed and I was announced, religious leaders, including Muslim leaders, Christians, bishops, and so on, were coming to my office and saying, we want frequencies, we want to start our own religious programs. We cannot just have these things being secular. And when I called here, they would tell me there are no frequencies. So I asked the question, why are there no frequencies? Because we are operating on analog system. Then I had a conversation with my boss then, Professor Bitangendemo. And he told me the only way we can do this is by engaging the media. Our Taki Kitu, they didn't want the migration to take place. They and their own business model, that they believed that government wanted to move from analog to digital to control them. Obviously, having been a journalist secretary general of KUJ and served at the Media Council, in fact, I founded it, I also believe that expansion of the media ownership was a good thing. And so if you move, unlike the 5 big media houses that we had, now everybody can become a media owner. In fact, I'm a media owner myself. I'm very popular on Facebook. Yeah? I blow my own trumpet because it's my own trumpet anyway. I'm popular. If you didn't know, madam, sir, I am. And because I have my own media, I will post these photos and you'll see yourself. Somebody will tell you. Yeah, if I post you on my space, people will call you from everywhere in the world and tell you, we saw you on Dr. Mutwiwa's page. So it's a good thing. So I was like, why would they refuse a good thing like that? Somehow they didn't want it. So we fought that battle. I told PS, let me take on them because I'm one of their own. If they say I'm a bad person, you can defend me. But we have to move. And I can tell you, we went up to Supreme Court with that battle. It went up to the Supreme Court. And when we won, the private media stations switched themselves off for 3 weeks. There was no TV in Kenya. That's how bad it was. So some of the bad stories you read about me, they are from that angle, that I was trying to create the space that our young people are now using. There would be no TikTok, no Facebook, no Instagram, no my experts that the Gen Zs used last year to mobilize for the insurgents that we had. There would have not been spaces like the ones we have where we are streaming live. I got a link from Dr. Shemo Chodo. And see, our own, there's a lady called somebody Majimbo, our Kenyan, who went to the US. What's the name of that lady? That? Elsa. You have seen how much impact they are making and the money they are making. And I can mention many because we fought for that space. So I am happy to see now we are having conversations at the government level with TikTok, with Meta, and you have seen how much the president is committed to ensure that also those spaces are used to monetize content. Just come back to the topic because I saw we are supposed to be dealing with the creatives and cultural industries, and I know my friends will talk more about it. Allow me to say my major concern right now is this question that I always keep asking. Where is the money in the creative economy? Because when you go to other countries, the creative economy has some of the richest people in the world. In the US, creatives sit at the high table. Thank God at least Shema allows us to sit at the high table. In other meetings, creatives they come perform and they are sent back to some tent huko nyuma ya tent. They are not recognized. A lot of people don't appreciate. You call a musician and you just think it's just a musician. Aimbe tu wimbo yake na atoke kwa stage. In other countries they are valued. We play in the same space with the footballers like Lionel Messi and Ronaldo and others. We impact society. We start foundations. They are doing things. I saw during COVID, Don Patron, Dolly Patron. You remember the money? Was it $1 million that she gave towards, And when you can give that, you have made it in life. Here, most of our creatives actually ask for handouts. And most of them perform for free, including in church. Now, religious leaders who are here, you need those people lead worship. They are working. If they decide to donate as part of their service to God, it's okay. But I advocate that we start paying choirs and worship leaders in church. I'm so happy that I met Deborah during the SDA choirs that she organizes every year, and she has said in May, we are now going to have a big one at KICC. And Deborah, it's amazing. I like telling the story of how I met. Me, I didn't know her. I'd been invited by the PA to Mama Ida Odinga. Then I needed to use the washroom. That I was walking out. They referred me outside. Then this lady, I think it's good to dress well. By the way, when you're going to functions, someone I never met, I didn't know how important she was. She asked me, sir, can I help you? And she says, so I told her, no, I'm coming back. I'm just using the washroom. Then I come. She told me there's one here for VIPs. Deborah, thank you. Imagine my first interaction with her. She saw me as a VIP. So we became friends. So I advocate that we take them seriously. People like Deborah, who are in the US, doing their own things, but they are investing back to Kenya by ensuring that they organize the HCDA. And I'm very inclined to SDS because they are disciplined, they have decency, they behave well, they dress properly. So watu wa SDA nawapenda sana. And I'm campaigning for Deborah that event in May, is it April? In April, that we are going to have interactions with Shem to see how we can help. So where is the money in the creative economy? Let me finish by saying this, that to make or to succeed in the creative economy, first, it's an ecosystem. And you must understand the constituencies and the players in that space so that you can be able to make an impact. First and foremost, it all depends on your talent. You are talented. You are either a musician, a spoken word artist, whatever the case. It starts with the talent. But where is the money within that talent? Because you can't just play a guitar all your life, and when you die, we have to bury you in shame. I regret to say this, the way we did with us, using that as an example, this window of Mzee Ojwang, let's take care of her. And then now, through Myogenic, we are doing great things for Mama Kayai. Honoring her. The other day, we paid for her. She traveled to the United States of America, to North Carolina, and she was honored there. And she felt so good. Let me come to the question again. Where is the money in the creative economy? So you got to understand the ecosystem because there are so many players. And I'm saying this because a lot of people, musicians, say they are poor because MCSK is not paying royalties. The royalties by MCSK is actually the seventh stream in order of priority or order of income streams for musicians. The main ecosystem requires that your talent must also speak to the market. You must produce music that is good. And it doesn't have to be in English or in Swahili. I think when there was COVID, we were all dancing to Jerusalem Challenge. And it was not really an English song, but all of us liked Jerusalem. And big and small people were dancing Jerusalem because it was nice. The beats are nice, and you didn't care who sang it. Master KJ or KG, I think, I had the opportunity of meeting him, and he tells me he had presented that song in competitions for years, and the closest he came was a runners-up. But when COVID came, somebody put it online, and it went global. Now that guy is a millionaire. Out of music that was not very popular, that was rejected, but because an opportunity came, and he put it online. Now, if you want to miss Master KG, so easier probably to meet a minister in Kenya than to meet Master KG. That popularity of you as a creative mind who wants to throw something out there that is nice, that people enjoy. Take your touch, ensure that it is good quality content, high quality. Nobody will ever despise high quality. When you do quality music, people listen to it. People know it. Like SDS, you can on the YouTube, whether you're talking about Kina Musani, the other day, and by the way, we're having lunch with Maombi Samson tomorrow. We went for his event, national event, a song that has dirty words, that is vulgar, or is promoting values that the president may take issues with. And that's how you lose. Because unadhania, ukisema wamlambe, wamnyonyeze, you're popular. You're popular with hoodlums. And people are not buying music. People want to buy music as CEOs like myself. Who are, that cadre does not give you market, they just give you popularity. So when I was banning those kind of things, it was not because of a hate or because I don't appreciate. Music that is suitable for family, we are going to lose the major source of income. And then lastly, thank you. The musicians, so the ecosystem is the artists themselves. And I've told you what we've done to ensure that TikTok, Meta, and others can monetize. And we are very strict on that. So you need also to understand how those algorithms work. How do you get your money paid? What is the threshold for your content on YouTube to become monetized? You need to understand all those things. And that's why you need a manager like Mr. Solomon Okoto. That's why you need content managers, brand managers. You need people you align with who can show you how to make money. Keep asking yourself that question, where is the money? The other important category, as I see it, is the users. Users of copyrighted musical works or content that is copyrighted. Please have a decency to pay. You go to a hotel like this, now you are very happy paying for the water, but when the music comes and you are entertained, you don't think that is something to pay for. So we do not recognize artists and we don't pay for content. We like using it for free. I want to encourage you as users of content, let us create the decency to pay. Don't copyright, don't dump, don't ban, other people's songs. Just buy, use the original and pay for it. Respect artists. When they arrive, like Ambassador Ted has come, big Ted, younger. Yes. So artists sio wakuja imbe na afukuzwa rudi akae huko nyuma ya tent. I think out of that content management, you artists getting serious managers who will teach you that vulgarity does not pay, that you don't have to be nude in a song, that you can promote, you can use music to promote your culture, about Africa and about our country, that we can respect our culture and put it in our content and use our content to talk about the beauty of our country, and you can sing about anything in a positive way. Demand and supply. Now the misconception that sexualized content is more popular is short-lived. You will come and hit and burn like a flame that will last. Last year I attended the burial of Teddy Kalanda in Coast. Teddy is the one who sang Jambo Bwana. That song, we sing it, and we will continue to enjoy copyright for that song 50 years after death, because copyright subsists during lifetime and 50 years after death. Jambo Bwana, there is no matus in it, there is no promotion of drugs in it. And I'm not saying, you know, there are countries that allow that, or that is a popular thing, and you may sound popular if you go against the the status quo or the norm. However, family suitable content will always get you money. Music that speaks about the values of the majority of the market that you are targeting. So, who is your target audience? Who do you want to sell your content to? Have a manager, they will teach you, so that before you release the content to the market, you already know who is likely to buy your content. I have much more to say, as you can see, but I have other panelists with me, and I want to be decent by also stopping there, because there is wisdom in also being brief, and say thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, CEO Dr. Ezekiel, for what a wonderful presentation. Very happy to hear from you. I was giving everybody just 5 minutes to introduce themselves, but as you can see, passion drives every motion. It took a little more than that, but we'll give time to everybody else. I think in the midst now we have Martin Kaino is in the room. Oh yes, son of the great Kaino. He put Kenya on the map decades ago. I'll give you 5 minutes to also.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm very delighted to be here for the second time to speak to the Diaspora Convention about sports. Again, my name is Martin Kaino. I am CEO of Kaino Sports Group. I've been in the sports industry for about 30 years now. 10 years as a professional and 20 years as a businessman. And I'm also a former diasporan. I spent many years in the diaspora. But again, very delighted to be here just to speak about sports and where it's at currently here in Kenya. And you must understand the power of sports here in Kenya. It has given us our identity as Kenyans, and we're very much respected around the world because of our success. However, the state of sport here and what it matters and what it means to the diaspora is something that can create value not only for the country, but for you as investors, professionals, and leaders who care about the country's future. Just going back to the basics, Kenya's sports landscape at the moment is at a crossroads. On one hand, we have global dominance. This past World Championships, Kenya was ranked second in the world, winning 8 gold medals. We have a strong presence in rugby, volleyball, motorsport. So yeah, we have quite a bit of dominance. However, on the other side, we're struggling. You know, our policy isn't as strong, support isn't as great, and that's something that we can definitely improve on. So now, there are many ways to engage and improve, particularly from the diaspora sector. How can we support structure? Is a massive opportunity, and this is where the diaspora could come in to invest in sporting infrastructure, because despite not having the facilities, so there's a real opportunity in that. Sports technology, and Africa is fertile ground for development of technology. Just recently, Kenya hosted the Chan football tournament, and because of that, Kenya in Africa Sports Technology Conference next March, the impact of technology and why Africa, particularly Kenya, should
you know, sports is no longer just about talent. You know, it's about technology, it's about data analysis, it's about event management. You know, so those are all areas that I'm also pleased to announce that I see our ambassador with us. Thank you so much for coming. We honor your presence. Now I also want to give this moment, Makofi. So I want to give a moment to Dr. Mohammed A. Omar, Somaliland representative to the Republic of Kenya. So please stand up and give us a moment or two. Thanks. Karibu. Makofi.
It is very difficult to speak after such eloquent speakers, so you have to keep that in mind. Mine will be very brief, and it's going to be about what Somaliland has got to offer in terms of investment opportunities and training opportunities. I'm very pleased and grateful the invitation extended to the Republic of Somaliland to be part of this important gathering, and I'm very glad to be able to join you today. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sham, the chairman of the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance, for his generosity and the invitation that he has invited me and my colleagues here. We have our senior advisor and consultant here, Mr. Abdurrahman Ismail, here in the house. I am the Somaliland ambassador to Kenya, and before that I have been foreign minister for Somaliland Republic for a number of years. I also, by training, I am political economist, but by profession, I have been politician and I have been a journalist, but now I'm become a diplomat who is looking after Somaliland interest in Kenya and the wider East Africa region. As an ambassador, I'm very proud to have a strong relationship between our two countries. Our ties are long-standing and supported by a close people-to-people connections. Today, our relations continue to grow and deepen. We have a diplomatic mission both in Hargeisa. Kenya has got an office in my capital, and we also enjoy a presence, a diplomatic presence. And for me, as a foreign minister, to be based here, it shows how important my government and my president holds Kenya. Allow me to briefly share some of the key things about my country, especially for those looking for opportunities of investment and trade opportunities. Somaliland is located at a very strategic point between the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb. Along one of the world's busiest shipping lines, we have more than 30% of global maritime trade passing in our seas. We have been able to keep that water safe and free from piracy without. And it's peaceful, safe, and stable. We have a strong democratic tradition with free and fair elections and a smooth transition of power in some of parts of our region. Business and investment in Somalia, businesses benefit not only from our 7 million population, but as invest through the modern port of Berbera. For those who are not familiar with our port, it is one of the most modern corridors and ports in Africa. Built and managed by the DP World, Dubai Port Authority. And we have a corridor that links our port to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia also connected with Kenya. And therefore, our currency is stable and our foreign exchange system is market-driven. We offer friendly and predictable investment environment with tax holidays and other incentives. Investors can also freely move their profits out of the country without restrictions. Somaliland is open for business, and one of the opportunities we have is energy opportunities, investment in energy, mining, minerals, fishery and marine resources, livestock, agriculture, real estate, tourism, aviation, and healthcare and education. We have rich natural resources, including marine wealth, minerals, and large areas of fertile land. Our laws and policies support the investment and international standards. I also want to share that around 18,000 Kenyan nationals work and live in my country. And I'm glad that they call Somaliland a home. Many of them are involved in trading, in businesses, in education, in investment and research and science. We want to improve. For those of us who know the country like Dr. Sham will be able to say more about that. We are often seen as the best secret in Africa, based on our democracy and freedom of movement and open business. Finally, I just want to bring your attention. I know it's very short notice, but Somaliland is holding the first mineral exposition in our capital on the 15th and 16th of December. I know I'm cognizant of the time short, but for those of you who are really interested to visit, we are offering an offer for those who are able to travel in such short notice. We can provide a full board during your stay in Hargeisa. We can provide self-transfers. We can organize a visit to Berbera, as I said, one of the modern ports in Africa, and to see the logistics we have and the opportunities of investment that we have in Somaliland. Thank you very much. For any further details, I think in the room we have Abdurrahman Ismail. I will be shooting out for another meeting, which I'm running out of time, but he will be able to answer any potential questions or answers. Our mission can support visas, can support transports, for those of you who can make a trip to Hargeisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Ambassador. A round of applause, please.
It's great to meet you. How's your day going?
So many of you may not have known that fact about Somaliland and the large lake, ocean view or sea view that they have. You know, on the ocean, how that would be great for our investment. Thank you so much for giving us that information and opening your doors for Kenyan investors or the Kenyan diaspora investors in that land. I also want to take a moment to just invite Ambassador Ted to come and give us a remark or two. Thank you so much for honoring our event with your presence.
Thank you very much. Greetings, good morning, everybody. My name is Ambassador Thomas Kwaka Omolo, better known as Big Ted, and I'm your immediate former Consul General in Los Angeles, California. Right now working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as an advisor in the office of the PS, Dr. Kuria. I bring his greetings and salutations, and also invite you to take part in next year's Global Trust Conference. As a country and as a global citizen, we're asking ourselves, what does trust look like? There's a very, very big trust deficit in the world, and especially in this country. If I say we leave our phones and we walk out, probability of half the people not agreeing is very, very high. And according to the statistics that we have, the public trust meter, if we have something like that, is very low. They trust, one, religious institutions, number two, the army, the armed forces, and then number three, every other person comes in there. And it begs a very big question. And it's happening all over the world. It's not only Kenya. It's happening in every space of the world, that there's a deficit of trust. And we're trying to see as a country, how can we regain the citizens' trust? How can the citizens trust us more? We've done some research. They have told us what they want, but want the whole country to come and discuss in view of next year's Global Trust Summit to be held in Nairobi, hosted by the President of the Republic of Kenya and a couple of world leaders. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you when you hear it, when you see, please participate. It's going to be a great, great opportunity for us to be able to move our country forward in the right direction. I was meant to host a session with for the creative economy, but the devil has moved very, very strongly in that particular direction. But also it works well for us. It gives us enough opportunity to basically listen to a few more leaders and give them more time for them to be able to give us perspective. And I'm a guy, I don't like talking. I like more of action and networking. So maybe it's given us more time to break and get a networking session going on and exchange some business cards as we go on. But ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. I came in with my friend Frasha, artist who's meant to be on the panel, but he'll still be on another panel at lunch, during lunchtime, on the lunch panel. And we can have different conversations. But as I finish, Africa is the future, and Kenya is the launching pad for great things, which is happening. Did you know that Kenyans spend the most time on social media in the world? Per person, every Kenyan spends about 4 hours, 30 minutes a day on the phone. We're number one in the world, ahead of Chile and South Africa at a distant third. With a 58% penetration of internet and mobile phones, we are still ahead of everybody in the world, which means online is the way to go. Social media is where we need to be for whatever product you have, for whatever information you want to pass. That is the hub that we need to sit on. Great things are happening. The NBA is finally in Kenya, the NBA office. And the Kenyan team, the Nairobi City Thunder, is playing in the BAL, which is the NBA league for Africa. The Africa Grammys very soon to be launched in Africa. And Kenya is a great contender and a key decision maker in that direction, which simply means out of the 360 categories which have been there in the world, Africa finally gets 360 own African categories, which means Ohangala finally finds a way into the Grammys, Mugithi finally finds its way into Amapiano, bongo music, and any music from Africa finally has a fighting chance on that particular podium. There are 3 Grammys in the world. There's the American Grammys, the Latin American Grammys, and now the African Grammys being set up. Great Hollywood film studios coming to Kenya and to Africa. But the question is, in an economy of East and Central Africa with 760 million people, why should we look towards Hollywood? Why should we look to Netflix with 230 million people? We can create our own platforms. We have M-Pesa, a leading platform for money and consumption of music and entertainment, and that can be a great way. But what do we need? We need you people from the diaspora. We need you corporates to come and put your money where we know the future is going to be. Look out for Africa in the next 10 years with the greatest population of young people, which shall be there consuming anything that you produce. Ladies and gentlemen, take cue from my big brother, Ezekiel, who said he doesn't have to speak for too long. He can cut it so the next person speaks. I take cue and I drop the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ted, as we all know him. And he actually dropped the mic. Thank you. So, as you can see, as Dr. Ezekiel said, clean content goes further than, content that you just want to sell. So, of course, the Kenyan cultural or Kenyan artists are learning a big deal from success stories, like you said, about the musician who had clean music. As Ambassador Ted also says, Africa is the future. As you all know, the youngest population in the world is actually in Africa. They'll be running the show in the next decade or so. But without much further ado, we have Kim Poole, who is online. She was supposed to be a panelist. I also want to give her 5 minutes. If you guys, Arnold, you guys could put Kim Poole online. She's, I think, a model. Just let me know when she's ready, and we'll let it happen. Kim, are you there? Oh, there she is, yeah. We can't hear.
muted. Hello, good morning. Or should I say good afternoon? Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Perfect. A little bit of an echo, but I'm glad I'm audible. Afternoon. I want to begin because we have several teaching artists that are in the room. We understand the power of breath and our ability to digest. We are what we can digest. And so I want to take a moment to pause and breathe, just one moment. If our lead curator is in the room, Nagisha Ali Allen, I want you to please come to the front of the room and encourage our guest in the audience in person to simply stand. And family, this will only take us 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, to really make sure that we're able to digest what we would like to share. And though I won't be before you long, again, I'm here at Schiphol in the Netherlands, coming as fast as I can to be with you there in person, because though technology is a gift, we understand as creators the power of vibration when it is face-to-face. And so we're so happy that we're able to be with you all in person in Kenya, and I want to join that vibration. But for right now, Nagisha, if you would come to the front of the room and encourage our guests to stand, stretch, and breathe. I just want 2 minutes of breathing before I begin my session. Nagisha, are you with us? I want to see the room. Our media and tech team, can you show me the folks in the room that I'm speaking with? There they are. Yes. Please stand, family. Stand all over the room. Let me see you rise. I want to see our family standing all over the room. And Nagisha, please take a moment to guide them through deep, methodical breath.
Ali Allen. I am a famous activist and a birth expert. And we start. Stay standing, please. Birth is an important tool to our healing as a people, as a collective. And we do not talk about creativity and creative industrialization without breath. And just take a moment, relax your hands beside your body, and take a deep breath. And breathe out. Deep breath in. And breathe out. Deep inhalations and long exhales. Deep breath in. Hold that for me. And breathe out. Deep breath in. Hold it. And breathe out. Just take a moment to close your eyes and feel the sensations of this practice and the vibrations of the energy of this breathing practice within your body. It's very important to feel the difference it makes when you take a pause to look at the things that really matter. Most of our time we're looking outside of our body, but how does it feel to stop and look inside and reflect and take time to love yourself a little more extra? We give much more love to the work that we do, the products that we've invented, but do we take a time to breathe draw life inwards and maybe feel how it feels to be alive, to be in position to do all these beautiful things, these amazing projects, this love that we bring to the people and that we draw to ourselves. With the last one, you breathe in and you breathe out, and you can have yourself seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bugisha. Is Kim Poole still online, or so she's still online?
Thank you. So now I would like for you to begin by playing a 5-minute clip. Again, my name is Kim Poole. I'm the founder and executive director of the Teaching Artists Institute. We're an organization focused on art as a tool for social transformation. And what is that? Art is everything and everybody all the time. We're a cultural cooperative. And so I could belabor the point, I could tell you who we are. I would rather show you who we are. And so at this time, I've sent a link to your media expert team on ground. If you could begin by playing that video, I would like the first 4 minutes. I want to show you a window into our world. We understand that we're, as cooperatives, learning from Eurocentric entities that have adopted our community best practices, and now we're learning from them the best standards for cooperatives. The International Center for Cooperative Development is based in Brussels, in Belgium. 1884 through 1885, the Berlin Conference, under the leadership of Leopold, they partitioned Africa for its resources. That exploitation continued. I live in Baltimore, Maryland. That's why I'm on a flight to come and see you, because our ancestors, they were also property. They were a part of that partitioning of Africa, taking all of those resources. And yet, in this year of the African Union's Year of Reparation, the United Nations celebrates the year of cooperatives, and they look to Brussels as the headquarters of where the 7 principles of cooperatives comes from, the standard by which we live, by which we create our cooperative development. And what we have realized as a Teaching Artists Institute is that it is essential for us to go back to our own value system. We say that culture is the new currency. And let's be clear, we're referring to African culture. And what I have now celebrated with our cooperative globally in 9 countries is that culture is the new currency, African culture, our culture, and young people are a part of this interfaith dialogue. So I want to show you a window into our world. Our intergenerational dialogue begins with amplifying the voices of our young people, preserving the wisdom of our elders. This is how we will resurrect the value system of African-centered cooperatives. Please play the first 4 minutes of this video so that they can see who we are as an organization.
Thank you very much, Kim. As you can see, what is clear is that Kenya has talent, Kenya has creativity, and we also have opportunity. You know, but for the diaspora to really help, you know, we must move very fast. You know, we must just stop sending money, building homes. We should now invest in co-creating and also industrializing creativity, as Dr. Ezekiel said. You know, by investing in music, film, fashion, and sports infrastructure, the diaspora can help Kenya capture the economic value of creativity. We can also use that to create jobs and also to build global brands, which is necessary and it can be done. So the future of Kenya, or Kenya's creative industry, I think depends on bold action. It also depends on partnerships and also on policy support, as the government the spokesperson said. So let's ensure that our talent is not only entertains the world, but also builds industries and also transforms economies. You know, so I want to say thank you to all the panelists who are here, you know, did all the presentation. So let's give them all a round of applause. Before I invite the MC back, I'd like to give the opportunity to the King. He has an intervention of, he'd like to present something for about a minute or two. Welcome, King. Please give him a round of applause.
Oh, thank you, my brother. Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Emeritus Beale. I'm the Senior Paramount Chief of Education of the Bakaloko Kingdom in South Africa. It's right next door to Zulu. It's about 3 hours drive from Johannesburg. I've been to over 25 African countries. And nearly everyone knows that the creative economy is important in boosting a nation's GDP. In the same way that Time Warner, Sony, ABC, and others are contributing to the American GDP, all African countries are interested in the same thing. I've been to 27 African countries. I've seen many of the initiatives on the creative economy. They seem to be very well and heavily invested in the infrastructure side, but what I see missing is on the content side. As Brother Ezekiel was saying, the quality of what you make, if you make something that's powerful and compelling, then you're going to attract people, you're going to attract revenue. The missing link I see is the link to education. My company's paradigm is product-oriented learning. All learning should result in a product or service to be sold. That makes it concrete and practical, not theoretical. One example is in 2004, we had a group of 8-year-olds write a book. In that case, it was a story about a crab. They sold 30,000 books. By the time they graduated from primary school, they published authors with a book in the library. When somebody buys a book, they get writer's royalties. Those kids are 28 right now and still receiving writer's royalty from a classroom assignment in elementary school. Another example is we created a live-action walk-around cartoon character called Thirsty Elephant, similar to Barney the Purple Dinosaur. It's a 6-foot elephant with a college student inside who can dance. He's a recording artist. His first album was called It's Time to Read, using R&B and hip-hop music to teach ABCs, how to count, and character building things like know the difference between a truth and a lie, love your family, etc. We enrolled that character in a class of 10-year-olds in a primary school in Texas. That class wrote a book called Thirsty Goes to the 4th grade. Those kids are now 34, still receiving writer's royalties. Now, you may have heard that a few months ago, China announced that they were mandating everyone in the country learn AI, starting with 6-year-olds. They just made the announcement. Last year in November, at the primary school that the King's children go to, we interjected AI into the kindergarten curriculum in the fine arts and media program. Those 6-year-olds wrote a book and creating a campaign. They're creating content for their peers around the themes of kindness and fairness, coloring books, songs, music videos, etc. They wrote a book called Be Kind, Be Fair, where each of these 6-year-olds drew themselves as cartoon characters. In this case, a pencil, because the pencil is the most valuable tool in history. The chair you're sitting on was a drawing before it was a chair. So each of them created themselves as a pencil. We taught them how to animate the mouth and the eyes. They wrote a book, and each student used, they recorded a two sentence phrase, be kind, be fair, show the world how to share. So each of these 30 students did audio, and their pencils sang that audio, and then they used AI text to image to create the background for their page. So where's your pencil? Well, I'm in the garden, I'm at the beach. One kid, I'm out in space floating around. You can't imagine what these kids come up with. So they did a 24-minute animated short. So I have 6-year-olds who are the best animators in Africa. And I'm going to show you right now a snippet from one of their pieces. So, those are the best animators under 10 years old in Africa. Authors. The next stop is a author tour. We're taking them to President Ramaphosa and the First Lady to give them their copy of the very first book in the world, written by a group of kindergartners from a kingdom in Africa that most people never heard of. That now is time to propagate that across the continent.
Much King for that wonderful rendition. As you can see, there's opportunity, there's talent, there's great minds. So obviously all this require a little bit of investment from all of us sitting in this room, especially those in the diaspora. These things just don't happen. You still have to have AI software for that to happen. Creativity is something, is a talent, is this gift from God but we can harness it to make it productive and profitable. With those few remarks, I just want to thank you for that presentation. King Errol, the mic is back to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Goodbye.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for that wonderful, well-animated, well-informed session. Very, very happy that we're able to have such eminent persons here from different African diaspora to join us on this particular occasion. When we look at the creative space, we ask, how can we monetize it? We are told that the kings in America, they sit with presidents. In our countries here in Africa, and especially in Kenya, they've taken the back seat, and so many young artists have come with quality creative content which has changed our own perspective through sensitization of different activities taking place in our country. And we simply forget. In the Caribbean, we say it's only the chicken that goes hunting for food, and then when it finds what it's looking for, it's forgotten where it got its food. So let's not be like the chicken. Yeah? Let's not be like the chicken. Let us embrace our creative artists. Let us embrace the creative space. I have a particular experience coming from the Caribbean, growing up in London. I was able to meet a number of artists during the time, including Bob Marley. I met Jimmy Cliff, I met Johnny Nash, and somehow I always followed them to their concert and they would acknowledge my presence. I was just a kid. But the hardship they went through, the difficulties to create this genre music called reggae, and the journey and the pathways they went through in order to make it acceptable to the international community. Today, reggae music contributes 4.5% to the Jamaican economy. Come on, isn't that something? We have the capacity or the potential to bring up our musicians, to develop a musical genre that we can put on an international platform. So let's look after our youth. Let's nurture the talent that comes with the youth, and let's look forward to having more of the youth here on this platform to talk about the creativity. So on that note, I think the panelists would like to have you for a photograph. Ambassador, maybe you could show the panelists where. And then whilst that is taking place, I would like to confirm to you that the next part of the program, it will be a visit to the booths, to the exhibition booth. We'll have half an hour with the exhibitors, engaging with them, and I'd really like you to think it through. After that, after half an hour, lunch will be served, and we can proceed to lunch. So in the meantime, let me just ask my brother Arnold to give us something to keep us going and to remember the struggle that some of our musicians went through, especially the Jamaican musicians who are very, very poorly treated in developing this musical genre called reggae. It came through a tradition of ska, it came through a tradition of rocksteady, and eventually it became reggae with all its various forms. So come on, let's take our time to think of the late Jimmy Cliff, who recently passed on, and just spend a moment listening to one of his songs. All right. Are we ready, Arno? You can visualize it. So are we having a good time? Are we happy to be here? Are we happy? Yes, the wheel has come full circle and we've seen a lot of new faces, and we're very happy as Kenya Diaspora Alliance to have you here with us, to join us on this homecoming convention. There are many good things planned out, and I think this is Jimmy Cliff at Montreal Festival some years ago when he sang Many Rivers to Cross. recently passed on at the age of 81. Oops. Come on, thank you very much. Rest in peace, Jimmy Cliff. A round of applause for a great musician. Thank you very much. Now you have time to interact, to engage. We'd love you to visit the exhibitor stand, have a cup of tea whilst you're there, and prepare yourself for lunch. But please, you're welcome. Thank you very much for this wonderful morning session. Thank you.
Morning from Dallas, Texas. I'm going to do my presentation, but it will be tomorrow. I came because Dr. Shem wanted quality people to come and speak, because Africa has to be recognized and our dignity has to be rectified. And because of that, there's a process we have to go through. And going through that process means we have to leave everything we're doing to come. So we will do our presentation tomorrow. Today is just to make sure you guys know we are here. And I think whatever we have to present, I think you'll be happy. I think you'll like it. I think you'll be proud. Okay? So again, my name is Emeka Iluka, and from Dallas. Okay?
Let's have a round of applause for the brother. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. You've traveled long and far to be here with us, and we do not take it for granted. We look forward to your presentation, Brother Emeka. Thank you. That's all for now. 30 minutes? 30 minutes, and then we'll have lunch. Lunch will be open.
We have 30 minutes for the exhibition.
Those of the diaspora who are online, and we want to look at the segment which we somehow overlooked this morning. It was a segment on AI and digital industry research and innovation. So let me give attention to any panel member that is here. Is a young man who spoke to me from Konza. Is he still in the house? You've spoken with him. So let's proceed. And as instructed, let us give a round of applause for Professor Ken Oluoch, Jared Oluoch, who's online, who's waiting. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you. And as you prepare to speak, let's acknowledge Vice Chair of Ethiopian Diaspora Association. Thank you, sir. Just wave at us, please, so you know who you are. Yeah, can you stand up, please? Huh? Yeah, give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you. Can we proceed, Professor? Are you ready?
So the core of my presentation here is to introduce a potential curriculum in AI with a focus on cybersecurity. So are you able to see my screen? F5 here. Let me know if you're able to see my screen. On this other side, let me just turn off this closed side. Let me just turn off this closed captioning. Start AI. I'm not a big expert in AI like you all. AI is new, so we are just trying to get to understand it better. So I will look at some ethical considerations. So AI obviously is artificial intelligence. So I will define the evolution of AI. How did it start? Where is it now? Where is it in society? They look at what we do. They look at human capabilities, and then they try to learn from the system. For example, we could look at election patterns in the last few years. We could look at the voter turnout. We could look at how the economy affected the outcome of the vote. And then we can try and determine how it will affect the next. Deep learning. Think of deep learning as your brain. So your brain has several neurons. It's multi-layered. So it learns through a network of neurons. And then we have NLP, the natural language processing. This is where you look at the processing of the human speech in a very bi-directional way. So you look at semantics and you look at computer science, and you look at computer science. And then you have large language models to learn. So like now we have ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, and 4 that has been designed by the AI model developed by the OpenAI lab. But we have competitors to ChatGPT. And so people use ChatGPT a lot, but the question is, do you use it in an intelligent way? Because if we don't use it intelligently, if we don't prompt it the right way, it's not going to give us the right results. So let me look at this picture here. I want to use now you have machine learning, which as we defined earlier, computers and predict. Then you have the past speeches, but it was fake. The past speeches, but it was fake. It was not Joe Biden himself, but it was being produced by Gen AI. But even a more fascinating one that is coming up is called a Gen and algorithms. And then you have AI. So natural language processing. So natural language processing borrows from all these three branches. To give us meaningful data. So with that being defined, produced a computer that was intelligent. So you make rules that then produce results. And then you had statistical models that then you could use to develop some encoding systems. And then you had the early computer use even much more data to give you results. And now the entrepreneurs saw an opportunity. And then there was the now increased expansion of commercial AI applications. Like now you have, for example, ChatGPT. So I'm not sure if this image is clear to you from your end, but this is more of just a graphical representation, if you will, of the evolution of AI from the 1940s through 2020, where in 1943 you had the World War, and because of the World War there was innovation, the Turing machine, McCarthy at Dartmouth coined the term AI. Okay, and then the U.S. government and AAEMI, we've seen an evolution of AI from the very, very rudimentary beginnings up to now. So I want to begin the ERT and the neural networks. The leap began after 2018, where now you had GPT-3, you had the self-supervised learning, and you had GitHub, you had Copilot, you had Chat. In summary, for those who want to just have a high-level overview of the history of AI, this slide explains it. I don't want to go into all the details, but begin from 1956 through 2024, when you had Microsoft and OpenAI, they had ChatGPT, but now they have a lot of competitors. So, versus deep learning. In the very traditional sense, you use computers to infer patterns from data. So you have your data, and then you have smaller data sets, and the computer learns from this data. But now you have deep learning. So deep learning is just a subset of the traditional machine learning. So you have big data sets, and you have high-performing computers that you learn from. So here is a graphical representation. So you have the deep. Here you have feature engineering, where you have some features that you engineer and then you model them. So the same concept. So deep learning just borrows from traditional machine learning. So let me look at some sample use cases first, and then you rewrite it from text to speech. And then you have computer vision that is more concerned with getting images, classifying them, detecting objects, for example, video classification. As that data, you search for it, you document it, and from that data, you write software to kind of automate it. And then in general sciences, you can use AI for human-robot interaction. So as you can see, Gen AI can be used for a large swath of applications, including even in healthcare, including in computer vision, and so on. So I want to pause here for a moment, and here I'm not going to use my slides a lot, but it's going to be more of a discussion. So right now in my current institution, I work for a school where we have a cybersecurity program, and now I'm leading the efforts with my colleagues from mathematics, from other departments, to develop a potential AI degree program that we think can take effect possibly by early 2027 if we go through the processes and invest the regulation. So what I thought I would do is to take a leaf, borrow a page from what we are currently doing at my institution, and see if I can propose a potential undergraduate curriculum in AI. So I'm not going to use my slides a lot, but in fact, I'll stop sharing my screen here because now I just want us to have more of a discussion. So if you look at a typical AI degree program with a focus on cybersecurity, you are looking actually at computer science, okay? You're looking at traditional computer science, and then you're looking at taking subsets of computer science and applying it to cybersecurity. So at the very least, in that undergraduate curriculum, our students will have to be trained in the foundations of computer science. So the foundations of computer science, you're talking about algorithms and data structures. You're talking about discrete mathematics, where you have proofs. You're talking about programming languages like Python. Let me tilt my. Okay, let me see here. Maybe I'll. Let me tilt my. Give me a moment here. Stop sharing. Can you see? Can you see me better? Okay, let me do this. Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad you can see me. So as I was saying, you're looking at programming, you're looking at data structures, you're also looking at discrete mathematics, proofs and theorems. Okay, you're looking at some fundamental concepts in networking. You're also looking at statistics, probability, and stuff like that. So those are the foundations that you have to look at So for the languages of programming, I think the big one is Python, because it allows you to look at a lot of data. You're also looking at possibly Java. So those are the foundation concepts. Now you have to look at the core AI and cybersecurity skills. So you have to look at, again, algorithms. You have to look at operating systems fundamentals, because the operating system, those are the things that power your computer. Then you can introduce them, ask them about cyber threats, the attack vectors. How do machines and networks get attacked? And then you can begin to use them to supervised machine learning, to network security and defense, to data sciences, to database systems, MySQL, Oracle, and so on. And then now you can go deeper into ethical hacking. How can you teach them to hack a system ethically? How can you teach them to do pen testing, penetration testing? If they have a network, can they go into that network? But the goal is to teach them to apply the concepts through and through of cybersecurity as they do all this. Then now, as you go deeper, maybe into the third year, you can now begin to specialize in AI and integrate AI and cybersecurity. So you can look at deep learning and neural networks. You can look at cybersecurity analytics. You can look at malware analysis and reverse engineering. How do you identify the malware? How do you secure the software development area? How do you do cloud computing and cryptography? How do you defend your system using artificial intelligence? And then now you can now apply AI for intrusion detection, for adversarial machine learning and AI security. You can teach them about digital forensics. If there is a network that has been attacked and you want to know who attacked it, if the system has been compromised and you want to know who compromised the system, this is where you teach them digital forensics. You teach them big data systems and pipelines. How can you take a huge amount of data, break it down into smaller silos, apply AI to make sense of that data, to use that data for meaningful results. And then you can look at IoT, the Internet of Things. How can AI help your students to understand the Internet of Things? And then in the fourth year, now you can go into more advanced topics, into more advanced applications. For example, you can look at AI governance, you can look at policy, you can look at responsibility, you can look at AI automation for cybersecurity. And then you can look at applied threat intelligence analysis. And then you can introduce them to a project, a capstone project, where they can work in a group of maybe 3 or 4 over an entire semester, and you partner them up with somebody from industry to solve a potential typical problem using AI for cybersecurity in industry. And then you can look at advanced topics like deepfakes, synthetic data topics that we can introduce our students to. I'll be happy to write a paper that lays out all the topics, all the prerequisites, the learning outcome. I did not see that they have...
I think the time slotted for the professor is up. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, and we will revert to any questions on AI in an open forum much later on. So thank you very much. Let's proceed with the afternoon deliberations. I'd like to recognize the Vice Chair of KDHC, the Kenya Diaspora in South Africa. Please stand, sir. Yeah, thank you. You've been with us throughout, and it's only fitting that we acknowledge your presence. Thank you for being here. We're honored. We also like to recognize our long-standing member, Rosemary Musumba in New York. We'd like her to be online. Arno, are you able to get Rosemary online? Please let her greet us. She is bereaved at the moment, so our condolences go out to Rosemary and family over the loss of a family member. Thank you. Yeah, professor is still... That's a good professor for you. You'll be... Go to the audio and touch the audio. Touch the audio. Look at the audio over there so you can hear you. No, from. Hello, Professor. Thank you very much. We recognize your contribution and we would like to give you a round of applause for your contribution. Thank you. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. Look forward to further deliberations with you in the near future. Thank you. Rosemary, are you able to unmute? We would like to onboard you to this session. Hello, Rosemary, are you able to unmute? Yeah, there you are, looking wonderfully graceful. Are you there? Come on, round of applause for Rosemary, our sister living in America. Thank you. Rosemary, please greet the audience, greet your friends here in Nairobi, and your fellow diasporans who have traveled to be with us at this convention. Thank you. Hello, Rosemary. Are you able to join us? We want to greet you from Nairobi. Okay, we'll catch up with you later on. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for our sister there. She's bereaved, she's grieving, and she's very much part of the family. So I think now we can proceed to the afternoon session. We have a forum on, right, let me get it right now. A forum on artisanal, commercial, and green mining. This forum will be moderated by Mr. Harrigan Muhongo. Harrigan, could you please come to, yes, please, please join us on the podium here. Yeah, we also have been expecting the PS for mining, Mr. Harry Kimtai. And he's unable to make it, but he sent his able representative here to us. Secretary of Mining, Tomo Mutwiwa. Yes? Mutwiwa. It's very difficult sometimes, but please, thank you. Why are you so far away? Come closer. Please sit in the middle. Yeah? Please sit in the middle. Thank you. Yeah. We also have on the panel, our nearest and dearest Pan-African Queen. Yes, can you join the panel, please? This is our Pan-African Queen. Thank you. Yeah, and you're going even further away from me. I'm not certain if it's the body odor or the perfume, but we're together. Continue. Who's there on the panel? Right, of course, who has been in the business for many years, and his appetite for mining has taken him to the bushlands of Australia, to the outback. The duty to say we now have a quorum. Madam, sorry. Apologies. Yeah, the representative, the iconic representative of artisanal miners in Kenya, overlooking you. You know, I really don't need to apologize because the profession of mining is still very new in Kenya. To Harrigan, please.
Speech in the morning, because he gave us a story about training his children. And I wanted to say that my father advised me. And so I came this morning and Dr. Chuodo, to the contrary, we mined some stones to even build this building where we are seated. And I want to put my brother Thomas Mutwiwa on the dock first of all to explain to all of us what is going on in the mining sector in Kenya and what are the opportunities that diaspora people should be looking at. Where are the opportunities for investment in the mining sector? I'll do it differently from other moderators. I will not claim to summarize what they say, so I invite you to listen so keenly and be ready to ask questions when you need to, because we want to save time and go to the other sessions as well. So, Thomas, who is representing the Principal Secretary of Mining, the State Department of Mining. His name is Harry Kimtai, who unfortunately did not manage to get here, but he would have wished to be with us. Thomas Mutwiwa is the secretary in charge of mines in that department. So he's an able person to speak on this topic. Thomas?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Let me stand on this end. Good afternoon. Yes, as you've heard, my name is Thomas Mutwiwa. I stand here to represent the Secretary Mining, the PS Mining, Ari Kimtai. My name is Thomas Mutwiwa, the Secretary Mining. The PS had a speech, and I would just want to go straight to his speech, read the speech. If you allow me, moderator, and then I can take my seat so that we get the questions. Chief guest, cabinet secretaries, if there is any, Governor, Central Bank of Kenya, Chairperson, Council of Governors, representatives from the national and county governments, representatives from development partners, and other organizations. Good afternoon. It's a special honor to address you today as we gather to reflect on the transformative role of cooperatives, innovation, and diaspora investment in shaping the future of Kenya's mining industry. This dialogue is both timely and as the government continues implementing reforms that ensure our mineral wealth contributes equitably and sustainably to the national development. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Mining has fast in executing its mandate, which includes formulating policy for the extractive industry, undertaking mineral exploration and resource management, compiling mineral inventories and maps, and coordinating mining and mineral-related policy frameworks. We are also charged with developing quarrying and industrial management policies, ensuring health and safety in the mining operations, supporting capacity development and value addition initiatives, and preserving geological data through research, collection, and analysis. The mining sector holds immense potential for Kenya's economic transformation. Although the sector currently contributes about 1% to the GDP, projections under the Kenya Vision 2030 economic blueprint indicate a potential to grow the contribution to up to 10%. This aligns with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, which aims to empower low-income earners, create local employment, promote wealth creation at the grassroots, and stimulate industrial growth in the mining value chain. To this end, the sector is actively delivering training programs to artisanal and small-scale miners on the importance of forming marketing cooperatives to support formalization, monitoring, and evaluation, equitable benefit sharing, and sustainable mining practices. Ladies and gentlemen, artisanal and small-scale mining in Kenya is formally regulated under the Mining Act Cap 306 and the Minerals Policy. These frameworks legalize artisanal operations and recognize the sector's significant contribution to informal employment. The government has embarked on an ambitious program to formalize the artisanal mining through issuance of permits and establishment of marketing cooperatives. The State Department for Mining has prioritized the formation of 250 artisanal and small-scale mining groups to strengthen empowerment and inclusive growth. Through cooperative structures, miners gain higher incomes and financial security through improved pricing and access to formal markets, and more structured work environment, reducing accidents and health risks, transformation from informal, high-risk mining and organized, productive and sustainable enterprises, benefiting communities and the environment. Again, they gain in simplified access to artisanal mining permits in alignment with Section 95 of the Act and Section 93. Ladies and gentlemen, artisanal mining sector accounts for about 90% of Kenya's gold production, involving more than 250,000 miners. Based on data from our regional offices, the gold subsector alone produces approximately 300 kilograms per month, valued at an average of 10 million per kilogram. Thank you. This translates to about 3 billion in monthly transactions, or Kenya shillings 36 million annually. These numbers highlight the tremendous opportunity in the mining sector, particularly in improving the organization, productivity, and income streams of artisanal miners. To maximize these gains, the government plans to establish what is called the artisanal and small-scale mining market hubs, which will support artisanal mining formalization by strengthening information and enhancing productivity, improving health and safety standards, and expanding market access. On the front of green mining and the future of sustainable extraction, ladies and gentlemen, there is a growing global awareness of the negative impacts of traditional mining, prompting the urgent adaptation of green mining processes. This shift is essential in reducing environmental degradation and ensuring that mining aligns with the world's push towards carbon clean energy systems. Minerals such as copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, gold, silver, and rare earths are critical for clean technologies, including electric vehicles, wind turbines, and expanded electricity networks. As demand for responsibly sourced minerals rises, Kenya must position itself as a leader in environmentally responsible extraction. However, transitioning to green mining presents challenges. Higher upfront costs for clean technologies and the need to replace incompatible infrastructure can be barriers, especially for small-scale operators. Despite this, the growth of the global low-carbon economy is opening significant opportunities for responsible mineral producers. Innovation, automation, and digitization offer promising avenues to reduce emissions, minimize waste, and increase efficiency, helping create a sustainable future for Kenya's mining industry. Public-private partnership will remain essential to addressing social and environmental impacts while maximizing community benefits. The role of the diaspora in advancing the mining sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, our diaspora community remains a vital pillar in Kenya's development agenda. Your remittances, technical expertise, global networks are invaluable in enhancing the mining sector's competitiveness. To facilitate diaspora engagements, the government is establishing a geodata bank to a centralized, secure repository of geological information to guide exploration, attract investment, and support sound decision-making. Together, we can redefine Kenya's mining narrative from a sector primarily associated with extraction to one defined by sustainability, innovation, and shared prosperity. Let us continue to be guided by our national values of integrity, equity, and stewardship as we build a mining industry that uplifts communities, preserves our environment, and strengthens our economy. Thank you. Just a minute. I want to take this opportunity. That is a speech from our peers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, he said we don't have minerals in this country. And I want to demystify what he said. I was just reading the speech from our peers. And I want to say this country has enough minerals for us to do our domestic thing and still export. If you look at our map of Kenya, the coastline from Vanga to Lamu, we have a company called Base Titanium. We have titanium in this country. We have titanium in Kwale. We have titanium in Cliffy. We have titanium elsewhere. Coming closer to Taita Taveta, we have the gemstone there. Kenya is home to over 36 or more brands of gemstones. If you come to the Eastern Province, we have the marble. That is part of what is called limestone, so we can still produce cement from the Eastern Province. We have copper in the Eastern Province. We have covins. We have chromite. We have the gemstones and all that. Going towards the northeastern side of the country, I'm talking geologically now, we have a bit of gypsum there. Gypsum is used to produce cement. It's also used to produce the gypsum boards. And probably we could have phosphates which are used to produce fertilizers. If we get to the Rift Valley, that is home to a lot of the rare, a lot of limestone. We have chromite, we have nickel, we have limestone, West Pokot, and all that. If we go towards the lake region, we have gold, we have copper, we have iron ore, we have a bit of the rare earths, and I forgot to talk about the rare earths in Murima as I was talking about the coastline. If we come to the Nairobi area and part of Machakos, which is used in construction industry, and the list continues up to Turkana.
There are companies that had licenses in this country for as long as 40 years, exploration licenses for gold, for other minerals, an impediment to getting licenses to our people here, artisanal miners. And I know Madam Jedi will be talking about some of the challenges of artisanal miners. When the government says is on a path of formalizing and issuing licenses to those so many cooperatives, it's an invitation for us to cooperate, work together, and take part of the benefits that come from this. I would like to invite Pan-African Queen Ruth Kirima to give a few of her notes for today.
Greetings, Chairman, all dignitaries. Can anybody hear me? Greetings, Chairman, all dignitaries, protocols observed. So, I don't know, Arnold, if you have my first slide. So I wear the hat of Executive Director of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And today I'm going to talk about commercial mining. So, excuse me. And it's wrong slide. Sorry. This is the wrong slide. This is about smart cities, not mining. Sorry, I'm doing another talk later. So sorry. No. This is about smart cities. Apologies. Thanks, Arnold. So, thank you. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. I work more on a Pan-African platform. I represent KDA on a wider East African of how much we make, how much we export, and what we bring back of what we've already exported. So I think you can see that mining, I'm not sure, mining investments are highest in Botswana and DRC. And as you can see, the top producers, Zambia, Botswana, Ghana, and Tanzania. So the key minerals are gold, diamonds, copper. What they bring jobs and investment. Of minerals we have as East Africa. We have Botswana at 30, very, very rapidly rising. Thank you, Arnold. I'm very focused on one section of mining that actually has a very limited women, I think would all benefit. And the sadness is that we export a lot and then bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen, for highlighting those very important points. Fast forward, I would like to invite Stephen Mwakesi, who is the chair of Coast Professionals Association. And he tells me he's also a professional miner and he mines himself. So, chair, please.
Thank you so much. Good after lunch. I learned that yesterday. Good after lunch. Good. You've heard from the able moderator. I'm here in my capacity as the Secretary General of the Coast People's Forum and acting chair of the organization as well. Coast People's Forum is an old organization. It's about since 2006, and it represents coast professionals who are living, working, or are from the coastal region of Kenya. We've been very active, not just advocating for the space of coast people within the national dialogue. In fact, the CPF is the body that helped to form the Jumuiya ya County za Pwani. And beyond that as well, we were involved as well in forming investment vehicles. We formed an investment vehicle called Upeo, and we were involved very heavily in acquisition of land in Lamu, when we are a big landowner in Lamu County, in anticipation of LAPSET. And beyond that, we are also very engaged in terms of helping to steer the discourse towards getting investment towards the coastal region. In my other hat, I am also a lawyer. I've been in the mining sector for quite a while. I'm a previous CEO of the Kenya Chamber of Mines, and I'm also a former advisor to the government of Kenya, cabinet ministers. I've worked with Mr. Mutwiwa here for many years, and Bwana Stephen Kuria for quite a while. And I'm very excited to be here just to quickly give you my thoughts on what I think the Kenyan diaspora can do to really help this mining sector leapfrog. You've heard quite ably that Kenya is really trying to get as much investment into the mining sector as possible. Our latest venture is to try and formalize artisanal miners who make the bulk of the miners in the country. And thankfully, through the change of law in 2016, we made it possible to actually artisanal miners to be in cooperatives. But these are small cooperatives. And the biggest bottleneck has always been and will always be finance. And in as much as they're put together by the government of Kenya, they're given licenses and given areas in which to prospect and mine. The miners, even in my area of Taita Taveta, will still tell you, Mwakesi, we need money. Money is the only thing that gets minerals out of the ground. And so when we're speaking to the diaspora here, the idea is to really try and ask you as the diaspora to really think of innovative ways in which you can plug into this sector. Now, this sector has the potential to really change lives. When you put money, as is required right now under the Cooperatives Act, that you are required to put money in government securities and those kinds of investments, there's only so much you can get as a return at the end of the year. But well played, and you all know, if you play it well and invest in the mining sector, you could be talking billions in terms of revenues you could be able to make. Now, Kenyans missed the boat when it comes to the Kwale mining of titanium. And now the mine is closed. And the Australians made money and disappeared with all the cash, except Stephen Kuria. Maybe he's rich because of that. But the Kenyans themselves did not ultimately benefit out of it. And I think as we're exploring for new areas in which to invest, I think it's time the diaspora really kicked in and said, if there is any new investment that's happening in the country of Kenya, be it the rare earths, be it the gold, they want to be a part of the entire value chain and ecosystem. And we need to really calibrate that. Now, yesterday took part in a session here and you're being advised to come into cooperatives, whether to either form a diaspora investment cooperative or to join the existing circles as a diaspora to put your money in there. All those are alternatives. However, as you think this through, and whatever format that for an investment vehicle that you can utilize to invest, especially in this high-risk category, set up SPVs, and then have those SPVs issue bonds and other debt instruments which the members from the diaspora can invest in and buy, I guarantee you there is a lot of money to be made. However, the government of Kenya has to also do its part. And I'm saying this because I like to invest in things that make sense. The only thing that we don't have in this country, and I'm saying it here boldly, is we don't have data. So I wouldn't want anybody from the diaspora to put money in the mining sector if the government does not invest more in data acquisition. We need to know what is under the ground before we ask you to put your hard-earned dollars to invest in something that you're not sure whether you're going to get money or not. We did an airborne survey, we need the data released. If there is more that the government can do when it comes to partnering with international investors or even the diaspora in terms of de-risking the mining sector, it's important because once miners are told, ukichimba hapa utapata pesa, we will refuse. So you will all put your money. So the idea is let's de-risk and then help this sector to grow. But I can tell you very confidently that if the government gets its game together and we all put our effort together, we'll be very happy. As the coast people, we want to see a lot more investment in our counties. I have to say the county of Taita Taveta is blessed with gemstones. If you want to invest in the coastal region and the gemstones of Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi, if you want to invest in manganese, talk to professionals who know what they are doing. Do not sit in a corner there at the Stanley and you're told, here are some few rocks, you can become a billionaire. You go take all your savings from your American bank or Australian bank and then invest and then lose money and then you say Kenyans are conmen. No. As a diaspora member, try and speak to people who are in this sector, and there are very many of them. If you put your feelers out there, you'll find out. Mwakesi is one of them. Mr. Kuria is one of them. Mutwiwa there, his office is always open. He'll tell you who are the legitimate players and who are not. Let's not have diaspora people losing money and then they start saying, Ken, if you invest, utapoteza pesa. No, this is not the Wild Wild West. We are good people.
My presentation. Just relax a little bit. If you're like me, you hear your back crack a little bit. So you can sit down now. As moderator have said, my name is Stephen Kuria. I'm the chairman of Kenya Australian Chamber of Commerce and other bodies, also in Kiambu County. And I was also chairman of Mineral Right Board, hence connections for me to be speaking right here. For me, I want to, there's a lot of experts have spoken and I want to focus on one area. Can you tell your colleague, without mining, there is no energy? So I want to focus on the area of clean energy and the mining, the minerals that involve. So Mr. Mutwiwa have already talked quite a bit, and Madam Kramer have talked a bit about the mining. The reason I'm very passionate about this area, this is energy of the future. When Saudis in the 90s sat and decided how to form OPEC, to dominate since that time to today in oil and gas, that's what they did, because oil was a drive of everything. Now, us as Africans, and I know Mutwiwa here, we have worked together. We are sitting in Africa, all the African diaspora, looking at each other, and everybody is missing the point. Don't worry about Donald Trump, he will leave. The fact is that we're going to be driving AV cars. The fact is that the gentleman who talk about AI, there is data mining, is going to need mining. If you look in your room right now, they said if it's not grown or born, everything is mined. From the bottle, the gentleman you're looking at is mined. So it's very significant for this country. So if you look at that list of, hey, my friend, you're moving quicker than me, we need copper. These are now called strategic mineral. Mutwiwa told us we have copper in Kitui. Lithium, we still have some lithium in Embu. Nickel have been sighted in Turkana, manganese all over the coast of Mombasa, including here Stephen Mwekesi area. Graphites have also been found in Kitui. Chromite, zinc, a bit of there, and of course the rare earth, which is, we have the largest Murima Hill. So if you look at that, and you look at the level of electrical cars and what is needed, you can move to the next slide. By 2040, the amount of minerals we're gonna need is enormous. So, by the way, I borrowed this from EIA, Energy Transition, because so don't sue me. I know we have our kitty here, Stephen Mwekesi here. So he's well borrowed, because that's where they are saying even energy can be. Can we survive without energy? This writes everything. We came here through energy, right? As much as we need food, and we're also looking at how to convert that food when we finish it to the energy. So, solar in the country. So we're looking at where we're gonna need a lot of minerals, which we have. So I would not, I had a lot of slides, but I'll not go to, go second slide, that's right. Because I want to bring diaspora in. I took the diaspora to Mr. Mohongo here to see the PS. I believe one of the best PS I've seen. Keep going. And the fact is that I've spoken to this event when I'm in Australia. This is my first one to be physically here for us since it started. This is a kicker for me. If you look at this country, where most extraction of these minerals are coming from, do you see Africa there? Those who have good eyes can see, right? Now there is one African country, Mwangia, DRC, right? You see there. If you look on the other side, do you see an African country? No. So where is the most value? We are talking a ranch. Where do you think the most value is done in extraction? Value add process. So for here we have been sending grass from Magadisoda since I was born. And he got to India, he come back and we buy all this from them. And if you tell me what value have stayed here, I cannot tell you. So the whole idea is that the processing should be in Africa. If a DRC is producing, and they just had a DRC there, the biggest cobalt in the world, but it's been taken out and then come back and we buy those phones you have and a camera and stuff. What are we doing? So, you diaspora, I've been out there for 35 years. In Australia now, we have 3-4 generations of Kenyans. Those people, I was talking to the lady who sell prot, the lady in the corner. We have now moved beyond buying land in Kitengera, right? And I see Anthony Mwangi there. We have moved beyond that. We are now have enough capital to invest on this big item. But every time you're looking for, where do you think we go look for money? Canada, Australia, no, forget, I know there is a guy from, those people from outside, we don't think of our own that have enough capital to drive this industry. So when I spoke to the chairman last time about the entrance of diaspora in mining, there was a lot of big numbers. And I said to chairman here, and I believe his wife will talk about it, why don't you start small? Just start with artisanal mining in Migori, which there's a lot of Chinese there, mining, a lot of them illegally, and you can shoot me if you want to, but I have to say the truth. They are mining regularly without permit. We used to go, when I was in the government, some places we can't even enter. So, why don't you start small? Go to Migori, identify the area, the geology, Mwekesi is here, and some of us who knows about the industry, and start small. Put a bit of money, and I can tell you, Mutui cannot do an official speech, so he has to do official. There is gold leaving Migori going to Tanzania every month. I agree. So, I know he can't say it. We can talk in behind the scene. There is gold leaving this country in the airport every day. So why can't you get involved with it? Not just diaspora, but even the Kenyans living here. So for me, I leave you with that quest. And the moderator have a meeting in Karen, which I'm gonna run quickly. Please see the chairman, he's done it, he's doing it. And talk to the others who are involved in this industry, and you see the benefit. As a country, and just wrap it off, as a country, we sit in a very, when I was in a chair, we tried to evaluate the resources we have in a country. We have not done that. For those of you who come from finance, the MPV, if you want to go sell your woman, you make her beautiful, but you know how much she's worth. Or not to sell her, I mean to dowry. Maybe I retract that because the gender balance here. What I meant is that if you want to sell something, you have to add value and beautify it so that inside and outside. I think I've digged myself in the hole, so I can't get out of it. I might as well finish it. So the idea is that we have to value what we have, and even if we are bringing foreigners, we at least knows what we have in the ground, not just speculate about it. Thank you, and nice and Rushia Maya later.
Thank you, Mr. Kuria. Couple of questions, Thomas will be answering on what the government needs to do at some point. And I also invite the diaspora to think about a question to the panel. What do you need to get involved in this? Even as I invite JD to talk about specifically what the small-scale miners are doing. Very interesting work. You need to visit, you need to take a look, you need to go into the ground. It's not as risky as people say, but JD.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I've listened to the experts and I almost ran out. I've been calling myself an artisanal miner for maybe the last 1 year or so, and then I was told I am not artisanal. I am small scale because I don't use the djembes and the what. Yeah. I think, I don't know how I ended up in mining, but where I was born in Bondo, growing up, every time we went home for holidays, we would see people mining gold. And I think that was quite artisanal. And it was looked down upon because most of the young people who did that did not go to school. So it's something I never thought about. I got married, we did everything. And then, Chairman, you'll forgive me. Somebody conned him quite a lot of money. He had a friend who kept asking him, could you please give me 300,000? I'm getting this pump from here. Could you please give me this amount? And I'm the one who used to be asked to send the M-Pesa. So I knew that a lot of money was going out. So after some time I said, no, I need to see this equipment that has been bought. So I go to the village and I ask the gentleman, I'd like to come to Migori and see what you have bought. He says, oh, I'm in Bondo. So I said, okay, on your way from Bondo, tell me, we'll meet in Oyugis, we go and see. So I followed him, then eventually he says, oh, he's in Bondo. By that time, unfortunately, I had retired, taken my terminal benefits, paid for electricity and everything. So when I went, I realized that this guy had conned us, and I decided that now I am the miner. I am taking over from him. So at that time, Shem said, oh, you know, I've never respected mining. I look at it as a con business. But he said he had spoken to Mr. Kuria, who kept telling him. So we thought, why not? And that's how we got into it. We started off with old mines, the ones that the white people had worked in. We went in as sponsors. There were the shaft owners and the landowners. And that mine was, I think there are instances when I've done like almost 200. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and that is after getting my share. The landlord has their share and the shaft their share. So we started off there. I'm a professional, a communications person. I went into it. I was lucky to get a chance to visit mines with impact facility. So I saw good mines in Migori, I saw bad mines. Some of the group went to Tanzania. I didn't go up to Tanzania, but I went, we were looking for, it's actually here in our village. I told him, no, it is not in your village, it is in Migori. And the guy tells me, no, it is. And I think that's the day Daktari came home. So I told him, and when we went there, we were shocked. All the Chinese were there, all the Somalis were there, everybody from Migori, from Kakamega. There was literally a gold rush in our village. So me, with my kimbelembele that took me to Bondo, quickly dashed, got someone came and did some scanning, we got ourselves a piece, and I think that's the last time I visited Bondo. It's still going on, but now this one we started right from scratch. Yeah, we started right from scratch, so we've been digging. There's a lot of building. Unfortunately, you use a lot of timber to reinforce, although the place is quite rocky. It is hard work, the mining. It takes a lot of money, yeah. But if I had 10 million shillings, not even dollars, I would be comfortable. But we have struggled, and I think just the way we never trusted the business, a lot of people do not trust. You talk to people, they want to come in, but it has been a bit difficult. There are serious environmental and health challenges, but one thing I'm proud to say is now when we started in our village right from scratch, we very quickly formed a cooperative. We did our environmental impact assessment, which went through. The other week, I think, is the first time I went for a stakeholder meeting with NEMA and the Ministry of Mining. So at least now for the first time I started meeting the people. We got our coordinates, so now we have our area that is covered, and we are hoping that soon we are going to have our permit. Maybe once we get that right, it will be a bit easier to get investors, because the problem right now is investors. The equipment is expensive, they break down a lot. We are always buying water pumps, and then those areas there's no electricity, so the generator is always giving you this and that. You have to feed the workers, you have to keep replacing their, their materials. But there are problems. There are also problems. From Nyanza, you find that fish brings a lot of money, but the fishermen do not have money, because what they get, they spend it that day, because they're going to get something the next day. And that's the same thing with the miners. When they go in there, when they come out, the work is, it's divided. They get their portion, and the company gets its portion. You find that somebody goes to shower, the thing is processed for them. As soon as it is processed, they go and spend it all on alcohol, a good time. So I think that's why the government is trying to push, so that they're cooperatives, and then they also have a wandering nature. Today you could have 12 people. Tomorrow you come, you have 3, because they had that. This gold has been found in Kisi. Before you even find them from Kisi, they say, oh, that one is collapsing, those mines are collapsing, they've gone somewhere else. So those are some of the problems that are there. And okay, I think I've spoken about equipment, and then ignorance. People are ignorant. So even when you are trying to get the permits, you find that people do not even want to sign a consent form. He's there, he's working with you, but they have this fear that maybe if they sign that consent form, you're going to take away their land. So a lot of education is needed. But now when we started, we actually discovered that people lose a lot, because when they process the gold, most of it still remains in the soil. They call it the Senate, that one. Now there's a second process of leaching. So at the moment, we are trying to get a permit, so that we are trying to get a permit. We are doing the environmental assessment so that we can get a license to do that leaching. Because once we've done that, then at least we are going to get more profit. Because if you don't do that, it's like you're growing your coffee and then selling the coffee for so much, and someone takes it, goes and does a little processing and gets a lot from it. So for me, I think what small-scale miners need is just finances. Yeah, because with the finances, it is there. The gold is there. Like for me, where I'm working, we have had 3 different people, or should I say 3 different companies coming to scan, at least to determine that there is something there. And then from what should I say, the indications, I think it's a good thing. And hopefully, I'm hoping that after this, probably I will get, we got an investor, somebody put in, maybe 1 or 2 people, we have had people putting in something small, so that has been able to help us get a bit. So if anybody feels that they want to, they have a risk appetite, a reasonable risk appetite, we can talk on the side. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you, JD. And there comes a special purpose vehicle that Steve Mukesi was talking about. SPV, right? You want to be part of mining, you have no idea how to get in. Somebody has developed a vehicle which they are using to invite you to get into the mining sector. And Madam JD is saying, can we talk on the side? So you need to find her today and tomorrow. You talk on the side. You know, a bit of that money that you give out to your relatives to build a flat which doesn't come up or off the ground. Some risk investment that you would like to put into this. And it shouldn't just be one piece here. I think Mukesi talked about another one. So the industry in mining, I think we're being invited to be very clear. If I want to identify these special purpose vehicles, where do I find one? What are they called? What is their legal status? And what's your structuring in terms of equity or debt that you'd like to take in? What is the expected return on investment? And all their money in that. And so it's an invitation. Thank you, sir. An invitation for that. But government, already a lot is happening, and I have to commend the government because what's happening in Kenya is not unique to us as a country. It is a challenge globally. In South America and West Africa, these things happen. We are not at the stage where we get people fighting companies that are trying to mine minerals from here. But we could get there. We need to make sure that we're building a way of sustainably exploiting these minerals without getting into challenges of fights or what has been happening in DR Congo. Thankfully, they have signed at least a peace deal, and maybe that will create opportunities. Our brother Kuria, who left, just talked about how do we stage Kenya as a processing center. We don't have to have all the minerals, but creating an enabling environment. What are the prerequisites for setting up a processing facility when 90% of processed minerals are coming out of China, and yet some of the very important ones come from Africa? When DR Congo signs the peace deal with Rwanda, do we see an opportunity, or is just something happening somewhere else? What are we doing to promote ourselves in the special economic zone as a place where we can be processing these minerals, even if it's semi-processing? That's how we create jobs for us. I want to invite Thomas to respond on some of the questions that were raised. What is the government doing to create a database or a cadastre map, or to ease in ways in which a would-be interested investor can then begin to get into the mining sector. The licensing, anything that you would like to add to what your speech was, that can help the audience. And sure. Some questions on the floor. Who would pass the mic? You're very near here.
Yes. Thank you. Is when I had the first bragging of how many or how much mines we have underground. And it gave me a lot of hope that when I grow up, I might be one of the beneficiaries and probably I'll become a millionaire being involved. In middle age, when I was a town clerk, that is the time when Moi came into vice presidency. You remember 1967? So I can't forget that period. I think when I was a town clerk, around 80s, in the 80s, I also got this bragging by the Kenya government that we have a lot of minerals and we are even being compared with other countries. And I thought before I age, I'll become a beneficiary. Today, I think we reviewed our age this morning, so I can repeat. I'm 76. I had a lot of bragging that we have a lot of minerals. Now, I'm now fearing I'll die before I ever get the benefits or even knowing where those mines are and where those minerals are. And yet, they are coming after us, like Tanzania came past us, and now you are quoting them as number this. When I was in Zimbabwe, when I was working in Zimbabwe, the government passed a policy that you cannot invest in mines, or you cannot mine in Zimbabwe without involving a certain shareholder of local investment. And I think that's what the young professional is looking for. So that now when he's young and professional, he can participate. But here, in spite of the policy, why are we not saying that you cannot touch our land or our investment in mines without involving local participation of a certain stage? So that's the question I wanted to ask and say I'm looking for action, not bragging, before I die, so that I can eventually benefit and have something to leave to my children.
Thank you. Who has the mic over there? That lady.
Wow, thank you so much. My question goes directly to Madam Ruth Kirima. I've really spoken so much about the minerals that we have, the diamonds, the pearls, but you haven't told us one thing. Last week we had an all-Africa meeting gathering in Mauritius for the Africa Bitcoin conference. So what's your view on Bitcoin, the future of Bitcoin in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. We need to spread the love around here. The gentleman next over there, please. And then just the question directly, and then him, and then we go to the back.
Well, I come from Bondo, so I need to see JD immediately after this. One question is around land laws, land ownership, and what is related to that makes anyone doing investment secure. The community aspect of it has been said. Community Lands Act has been a big nightmare. Sex and mining, I hope that JD will touch on it. In our communities in Bondo, there's a big deal. Communities are getting fragmented because those Tanzanians you are talking about have no women around them. So they go and get the beautiful women married already or school-going children. And that has been a big issue. The lynching you are talking about is overland. And then chemicals are used. When it rains,
those chemicals cannot be controlled. They get into farms or dams, animal drink, and people. The next thing, people are sick. So there are a lot of safety issues that need to take place before we get there.
Thank you. Brief. Thank you. The next gentleman over there. Just, was somebody? Oh, all right, at the back. Please, just a question.
Okay, thank you. I go directly to the question. We all understand that mining is a capital incentive, and we know that there is difficulties for diasporas to be engaged in. So I wonder if there is opportunities or incentives that can attract diaspora for the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state whom you are directing your question to. If you don't
my question, I'm Simon Kiri. I'm directing to all of you. As panelists, are there sort of civil societies that kind of advocates for what the government needs to do? Let's say, for example, what has been done, already discovered, especially maybe even for the data that is needed to really quantify what kind of minerals that we have. Can the private sector also lead this data collection? That's question number 2. The last one. Okay, I leave the last one for someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. This lady over here.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Mwakazi Sharpe, and my question is more for the community side, because I'd like to know, with the discovery of all these other minerals that we're talking about, is there something strategically being done on assets and benefit sharing for our communities where we have these mining sites? Thank you.
Thank you. One last one. A lady, preferably. A lady. There's a lady here. And then that gentleman had his hand up, so we'll give him the last one.
Thank you very much. Where ladies are called upon, I don't allow them to be disappointed. For records, I'm also from Migori, and we'll talk on the side. For the question part of it, I want to address my question direct to Dr. Uchuodo. I'm already excited, imagining the number of resolutions that we made from this forum for background, for comparison when we come to next year. Just to add on to your heart, because everything here is resolving about money. Until today, I've always believed that it is nice to start thinking small, then you grow. But I've been converted this afternoon. It is not good enough to think small. We should start thinking big. Dr. Uchuodo, may you consider that maybe the diaspora, we could also like have a bank, so that where we need all these huge sums of money, I know you have good partners here who are running banks, but can we also have something internal so that we can borrow from our bank, use for our businesses, then return to our bank and then move on? Thank you.
Thank you. That gentleman over there in a dark suit. Is it? Cesarina, closing remarks? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to direct the question to the PS representative, and especially from the recent events, tragic events in Ikolomani. And I just wanted to understand the philosophy of your stakeholder management and community engagement philosophy framework, because it does not go wrong, it starts wrong. We already have a problem there. I spent 4 years in the oil project in Turkana, and I know how difficult it is to engage communities. So I think that's a question. How are you going to navigate the complexity of engaging community? And already you have said is 600 billion. I don't know, 600 billion or 60 billion, 600 billion. So as we talk about mines, they need from the ministry a very robust community engagement strategy to make sure that you can be able to navigate this very, very, very sensitive matter.
Thank you. Very last, Cesarina at the back.
My question is mostly on the benefits that come to the community when it comes to mining. And I do believe that if we do our mining ourselves, we're probably going to get more benefit. But now in the event that we have a foreign company or a foreign entity involved in the whole mix of things, I heard that when it comes to the mining royalties, the community only gets 10% of that. About, I'm not too sure what the exact numbers are, but it was broken. Gets what? 5%. Okay, so this is their land. This is the resource that God blessed them with. This company that mined all of this is going to get thousands of times more than what they will spend there. The mining is very lucrative, very, very lucrative. 1 gram can get you a lot of money from there. So they're going to recover their costs probably within the first year. But the community is only left with the 5% of the royalties that come from the 6% that is collected by the government. So I want to know what can we do or what policies should be in place so that the community is actually the one that gets the most out of the resources on their land. Whatever happens should be a win-win for both parties, but we want the community to be at the heart of the benefiting of this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesarina. I want to invite Thomas to respond, even by bucketing up some of those questions around what is the government doing in terms of policy on benefit sharing. What is how is the sector structured to be beneficial to the communities where we are working, and any other thing that you would like to add? Thank you.
Thank you, Mongo, the moderator. I will speak while seated. Let me begin with the last lady about the benefits that accrue or that should go to the communities. I think we have a very robust mining act, and not I think, it is true we have a robust mining act in terms of that points towards of what should go to the communities. First of all, it is not that the royalties that should go to the communities is 5%. I want to state the royalty sharing formula here because I feel there is quite a bit of misinformation. In the royalty kitty, 100% royalties collected to the consolidated fund. That is the fund that owns all the royalties that are collected from Kenya. 70% goes to the national government. 20% go to the counties. Each particular county will get its share of the 20% royalties that should go to the counties. 10% and not 5%, 10% should go to the communities, the mining communities. And that company that is mining should give 1% of its gross sales, 1% of its gross sales to the community through an agreement called Community Development Agreement Committee, which decides what projects should go to the community. But that is for a large-scale mining company. So I hope the last lady have answered you. If in case the gray areas come back again and we sort it out. Our philosophy in Kolomani. Those of you who watch news, you saw Waziri yesterday. He had a press conference with the governor for Kakamega, that is Baraza, and they talked of the strategy that we will use towards the mining that will take place in Kolomani, Isiolo, in Viga, and parts of Sierra Lamura. We have a robust philosophy in terms of how we'll engage the communities. We want to begin with the top leadership, Waziri and the PS. We will team up with the governor and give the assurance that the people who are affected, the affected persons in terms of the Shanda Gold Mining Company, will be compensated fairly, transparently, and through the rate-down procedures. Any issues that emanate from the mining projects, Kolomani and Figa and the Shandagold project, we have formed a committee that will handle all issues, including compensation, including environmental, including resettlement if that will happen, including any repayments and payments that should be done, all issues emanating from that project. The National Implementation Committee will address that. We have formed what is called county committees. In Ramura and Siaya, we have a committee there led by the county commissioner, and it takes composition from all government arms in Siaya. In Vihiga, we also have a committee that is also led by the county commissioner there. And the co-chair, if the county commissioner is not there, is the CCM, the waziri in the county, who is responsible for mining in those counties. The same thing will be replicated in Kolomani and that side of the country where mining will take place maybe in the near future. Because what they are doing right now is prospecting, is looking for the minerals. But for Siaya and Lamura, we are almost there in terms of mining. The gentleman who asked about the philosophy about our communication strategy, we want to wish to say we are very sorry as government of what happened there. And we believe we will take leadership in terms of dispensing the right information so that that does not occur again. We also have posted someone who will actually be our liaison officer from the grassroots through the county mining committees that are led by the county commissioners to the national committee, so that we get information on time and act on it on time. I think the question from, some lady on the community benefits, we can talk. Yes, the lady seated there, the beautiful lady seated this side. We have a very robust benefit sharing structure in the Mining Act. First of all, I've talked about the 1% gross sales revenue that go to the community development agreement committees that decide on the projects that the communities will get. I've also talked about the 10% royalty sharing. I've talked about the 20% royalty that goes to the counties. In the Mining Act, we're also saying within the place or the sites where the projects are actually taking place, then you have to employ locally. You have to do what is called local content in terms of employment and training. So there will be employments that are going to the communities where that particular mining activity will be taking place. And we are also saying we will need to have something called local procurement program, so that when these companies are procuring, they procure locally. And the list can go on and on and on and on. CSR and scholarships and all that. Most of you may be privy to what happened in Kwale about the Base Titanium project. You can go, if you have not been to Kwale, and benchmark on the Base Titanium project and see how many scholarships that went to Kwale through the Base Titanium mining project. The private sector and data, yes, government is tasked with actually acquiring geological data through the Geological Survey of Kenya, which is part of an arm of government in the geology, in the mining State Department. Their work is actually to acquire data. We did the airborne survey, I think 2-3 years ago, and we had about 970 discoveries of occurrences of minerals in Kenya. And right now, the Geological Society of Kenya is, Geological Survey of Kenya is doing what is called ground proofing, just to confirm the content of the minerals and what is called mineral estimates, so that our investors can now go straight and probably get into the estimates and invest in that. Before, Professor, you retire, you know what I mean by retiring, that data should be, you know, out and you can invest in our sector. The private sector, again, can invest in your data through licensing, because if you apply for a prospecting license through the online mining candidate, we have an online mining candidate where you can apply for a license. And we have good procedures. And I think I should give my number to you as I talk, 0710 32 44 09. I repeat again, 0710 32 44 09. 0710 32 44 09. Because mining, you can't finish in a day or two. That's my number. Mining, you may not finish it in a day. You can give me a call, you can ask me all the questions after we have left here, and we will assist you. We have the online mining candidate where we actually do applications. If you have any query in terms of applying, we will assist you. Dr. Shem Oshuovo and Madam here, I've just told Madam she can see me, you know, pande ile ingine attend, tutamsaidia kupata the leaching license and dilution licenses, and all those permits will assist her. Thank you so much.
We are sorry, we are pressed for time and we need to touch other sectors as well. Do you mind following the panelists here and chatting with them about the questions you raised? Please do that, and we just want to thank you for listening to us, and you're a great team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for this wonderful team. Please step to one side and have a photograph taken. As a team, we can discuss the issue. This topic. Is there? Mudhoni. Is Mudhoni here? No, she's not. No, come on. Another round of applause for them as they take a picture. The issues of mining can be discussed in a month of Sundays and we still will not exhaust it. Yeah? The dream of GDP reaching 10% from the extracted sector is an illusion. It's a real illusion because we're not structured for it. We had the opportunity to learn about commercial mining from the mine that was mentioned at the coast, the titanium mine. They came with the proper structures for mining, but we seemingly did not learn from titanium mines how to go about commercial mining. So commercial mining, the lessons we learned from the base titanium was that it takes 8 years to plan out and implement a commercial mining system in this country. 8 years. So basically, we have very few commercial mines in this country. The issue of Ikolomani, I think we need, Dr. Thomas, we need more transparency from the government on the issue of the Ikolomani mine. This is an area that has been mined for generations when the British were here. The cadastral is known to the government, the cadastral is known to the British government. Those records have been kept in the vaults of the British Museum. So when British companies are coming here and telling us we're discovering mining Ikolomani, there's a conspiracy at play here. So you need to be transparent. You really need to be transparent. The only way we're going to get GDP from the extractive sector to 10% is the production of data. Blind cannot lead the blind. How can we mine without having a cadastral? How without mine without data? Data is oxygen, my brother. Let us breathe. Let us breathe. Let the Kenyans breathe and do proper mining. Artisanal mining cannot grow this country's GDP to 10%. No matter what structures you put there, whatever you're doing, it will not work. It will be somewhere hovering at 1%. So we ask the Ministry of Mining, now we know who you are, and we love you. We really love you. Give them a round of applause. We love them. There are people, they're now no longer faceless. You might keep the diasporans faceless because you refuse to do any data mapping, but we know who you are now because you live with us. We know, and thank you for exchanging your numbers. But once again, it's a serious topic. We need to interrogate further. We need to have more discussion and be honest with each other. But thank you for being with us once again. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. So we move on. My documents keep disappearing. Do we have the afternoon session of the program with us? Probably. Molimu, let's look. Thank you. Yeah. Right, we're now into a very appetizing section of the program where we're discussing smart cities and affordable housing and real estate session. I'm going to ask, where's my friend Bob? Bob, would you moderate this session for us, please? Yes. You often can get hijacked. Do we have any speakers in the house? We have our Pan-African Queen who's also sitting on this forum. Is she still in the house with us? Yes, please join us on the forum. We've got, is Jonathan Jackson in the house? Mr. Jonathan Jackson, the developer of the development company 88. Okay, he's not here. Very happy to have our brother from Norway in the house. He's joined us once again. He's been here last year. Frank, please step forward and join the panel and be with us on this session. Round of applause for Frank. Frank is into affordable housing, and his basic take on it is in the green energy side and recyclable material for the production of greenhouses. He converts plastic waste into housing. Yeah, so he has a very interesting product which he will discuss with us. It is approved internationally, and he's trying to get the deployment approval for building these units in Kenya. I think this panel looks a bit thin, but I would like to Rachel, please join us on this panel. Well, you have to be malleable with this KDA because you're one of us, so you're called upon to perform this duty. I also have another brother who has just joined us in the house, a Pan-African brother who's involved in this affordable housing segment. Mr. Minlik Nakonan, please join us on the podium, and let's have your comments as pertains affordable housing. Okay, so could you please join us on the panel, the representative of Mr. Peter Wairegi. Let's give them a round of applause. I think a forum has been duly constituted, yes? So we can proceed with our deliberations. I won't discuss it. So the segments are smart cities, affordable housing, and real estate. Thank you very much. Why not? Ladies first, please.
Thank you, Lodaro. So my name is P.A. Kuruth Kirima Barry, and I'm talking on behalf of Kenya Diaspora Alliance on smart cities? Thank you.
As Errol mentioned, my name is Frank, and I'm Norway, representing the company Otalo. We have a patented technology that allows us to mass produce affordable housing. It is 5 retardant, we're going to roof 7 times stronger than concrete, and you can build houses within hours instead of weeks or months. We've been trying to get into Kenya for a few years. Seems like we have solved some of the issues. We're breaking through the barriers we've been meeting. In South America, we are already in place in Brazil with the first 1,000 units. We're in discussion with the Colombian government for 1 million houses. We are building a factory in Ras Al Khaimah in UAE to build housing for Palestine, for Lebanon and Syria. And we are now putting a pilot production in Thailand, Indonesia, and in Vietnam.
Hi, my name is Rachel Mwakazi Shape. I'm from Taita Taveta County in Kenya, and also from Norway in Stavanger. And I am interested in this affordable housing, especially for the rural communities. So I hope I can engage from the perspective of communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Menelik Makonnen. I'm a Nairobian. Housing and real estate, that's my forte. I deal with alternative building systems, like my brother here, Frank. I will say, I'm privileged to be the one to develop or to bring into this country EPS building system, panel building system, that we brought in late in 2000, and by grace, we have been able to inculcate it into the building industry in this country. As a result, we now have companies like CMAX, 3D panels, BMW, that is Bolin, and a few others. There are not many. There are basically almost about 7 companies that is in the market manufacturing the panels for construction. As I said, it's a niche market, and I've been in it for the last 7 or 10 years. I took the technology from Southern America all the way in El Salvador, only to find out that it's been used in Africa, in South Africa, since 1976. So we are far. We've been behind that technology for a long time, but we are catching up because the technology is now very embedded in the construction industry in Kenya at the moment.
Thank you very much. My name is Njoke Kehori. I represent, I'm actually in the real estate sector. I represent Kenya Professional Realtors Association. We are the voice of the real estate professionals. So our mandate is basically training real estate people to be professionals, because we know that real estate, as we say, it's a very low entry level kind of industry, and anybody can sell a shamba, anybody can sell a house, anybody can act on behalf of someone who's selling. But normally what we see is they are not professionals. They don't understand the laws that govern real estate. They don't understand the industry they're playing in. So we come in and professionalize and take them to class and take them through units about real estate. So we ensure that people who are doing real estate in Kenya are actually professionals. So we are the body that brings out professionals in real estate. We also do networking events. We also do award ceremonies, just celebrating what people are doing in the real estate sector. I'm here to represent my chairman, Mr. Picho Regi. Will be here tomorrow, but I'm the GM at KPRA. My name is Njoke Kehori. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. The issue of affordable housing sits comfortably under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Yes, it's we are told it's one of the key drivers of the policy on the beta, and a lot of energy, a lot of structures, a lot of platforms have been put in place to ensure that affordable housing is being delivered to Kenya. We know the demand for housing in Kenya sits somewhere at 250,000 units per annum. Yes, so what we want to understand from our panelists here is what programs they have in mind, those who are implementing, those who are training the developers and other stakeholders to give momentum to this goal of developing 250,000 units per annum. Madam Pan-African Queen, can I start off with you?
I can actually only on this forum focus on smart cities, and what we're doing there is fundamentally starting on the lower level of education, because as you know, smart cities are not smart cities if everybody's not educated digitally. So we're starting at the bottom and building up the information before asking everybody jump into that hot pot of soup. At least know what you're doing. Thank you.
Did you have a presentation you'd like to? Please, please, why remain silent? It's an open forum. We have open arms to welcome you. Kindly come to the podium and make your presentation.
Thank you, Lord Errol. Thank you. So as I've said, my name is P.A.Q. Ruth Kirima Barry, and I'm wearing the hat of KDA and Smart City Development. My platform is always Pan-African for both reasons of I have lived here, but I've also lived in other parts of Africa and grown up in Europe. So I consider myself very much Pan-African. So thank you, Errol. We go to the next slide. Okay, this is the wrong slides again. So basically, our diaspora is a bit behind on smart cities, just because we have not actually understood the market enough, and we have not invested enough in the facilities, because we certainly have the space. Excuse me one moment. Can I have the right slide? Sorry, I think there's something wrong with the... Can I have the smart city slides? Not the mining. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Okay. So if I can have the next slide. Okay, now investment currencies. I can talk to that. Can I have back on the investment currency? Sorry, the computer does not like... Yes, I think I had a question on the currencies diaspora is comfortable using in investment, be it mining or real estate or any investment. So traditionally, it used to be the dollar, which was seen as stable and widely accepted. However, because of all the political rumblings, people are not so comfortable as to where the value of the dollar in 2 years' time. I think it's a very difficult call because, yes, it's the biggest economy, but with all the holding back of the white, powerful, richest men like Elon Musk, I think they will manage the dollars to some degree, but because of all the tariffs, it's not going to be very acceptable or strong. So a lot of the diaspora now are changing their contracts from dollars to other safer currencies. And then we have the euro. So that is a bit stronger because it's spread across the different countries. However, the problem with the euro at the moment is that the southern European countries that do not have so much money are in disagreement with the northern European countries that have more money and can support the Ukraine war. And that is the one reason that the euro now has become unstable. So are they going to buy weapons for Ukraine or not? It's as simple as that. Then now we go to our own pound. That I think has been going downhill for a long time. Currently, the Labour government that are in power, they can't seem to get our budget right, so it's just getting lower and lower value. And then of course, Kenya shillings, there are shillings, so we do as much as possible to promote the diaspora to actually buy and keep their assets in shillings. So obviously that is coming from home. And then I found that the diaspora are very comfortable in investing in currencies pegged to the pound. Like the euro dirham is very popular because it really doesn't matter if you invest in Africa in the dirham or the dollar, because it's much the same. So I think that is quite popular. Now coming to cryptocurrency that I think was brought up, I think diaspora like to spread the risk. Now cryptocurrency is very risky, but also it's very profitable. I think we also last week, it lost 40% of value, but already it's creeping up. I think we also all know our central bank's view on cryptocurrency. I don't think they're that popular with the bankers, but it's reality. If you're going to invest in Africa or anywhere else, you have to spread your risk, and you can't avoid cryptocurrency. I hope that answers your question. I have next slide. I think I've talked about currencies. Yes, this is a definition of a smart city. So a smart city uses technology and data to actually utilize all the urban services. So, and you can see just from those 4 bullet points very clearly, it enhances the quality of life for all the residents in the smart city, and very important, it sustains a lot of the required energy, water supply, etc. And the support in connectivity and safety and innovation is very secure because it is all digitalized. So everybody can see what everybody's doing. There's no sort of hidden dark corners because it's all there in the computer. So that is the value of smart cities. Now, if you look on the international level, as in investing in Africa, Singapore is considered more or less our best smart city, so we can learn a lot from it. Anna, can I have, yes. So there you are. That is a snapshot of what parts of Africa could actually emulate. Of course, we might choose not to go smart city, but should we, that's a very good reach point of where we could go. Thank you. Anna, can I have the next slide? Dubai is, no, you go back. Anyway, Dubai is one step low. It's I would say Dubai, it's not quite there, but it's in a good balance. And the thing about Dubai, I think as we all know, it's very, very mixed. There's a lot of different cultures, particularly the Chinese. And the Chinese really invest in this type of property. Thank you. Can I have the next slide? Yes. So Dubai is interesting in very many ways, but particularly to build their own smart cities, they reclaim some of their land. So I think in Africa we don't even need to do that. I think we have enough land to build our own smart cities. But this is what they have to go through all this. They have to dredge the sand. They have to spray and compartmentalize into land. They have to protect it with breakwaves. They have to add roads, utilities, and digital systems to this reclaimed land. And then at the last point, they have to build homes, resorts, and smart infrastructure. And, you know, when I talk to diaspora about investing in a smart city in Africa, we wouldn't have to do all this because we already have land. So I think that's a big plus. Can I have the next slide? Okay. So, can I have the next slide? Yes. I think this is one of the companies that actually are keen to build a smart city in Africa. They've built a very good smart city in Dubai, and now they're reaching across the pan to see what they can do here. And it's very few international companies that are prepared to take that risk. And as far as I know, this is the only one that have offered to actually work with us and build a smart city in Africa. Thank you. Next slide. As I mentioned, it is all about education, because from when our young people are in school, they need to learn everything about the technology of a smart city if they're ever going to live there. And you can see the key points of the education in living in a smart city. So it integrates technology, which really enhances the learning itself and the management of the education. And then it supports a skilled, digital, literate workforce. So you teach them young, and then they're better as adults at using the required technology. And then it contributes to overall community development and innovation. So it's a matter of, you can't avoid the fountain. It has to start at the bottom. I would also say, in considering of all this, there is the element of humanization of smart cities. And I think two of the areas that I've found really lacking is spiritual centers. Because there's no technology that's going to support you on your spiritual journey. And then the other thing related to this is the support system for funeral homes. I find that really that aspect is our requirement. If we want to say goodbye to our people, we should be able to go and pray and be able to go and say to them privately, goodbye privately, not in the auspices of God and country. So I think smart cities do lack that in terms of the wider perspective. Can I go to the next slide? Arnold? Anyway, yes. In conclusion, smart cities in Africa will drive growth and jobs, bring capital and expertise from the diaspora, particularly the expertise from the diaspora, because we're one step behind, expand so many of our markets, local, more understanding of what technologies to use to build what. So they really upgrade what we should have known, but we are now getting to know. And then they support a lot of local investments. Say the person who has a shop that needs to charge your phone, so you can use it in a smart city. So there is a lot of structures of benefits. And most importantly, it strengthens regional ties. So if I have a smart city in Moranga, and you have one in Nyeri, the smart communication actually brings us together, because it's much easier, much faster, and much cheaper than what we have now. So I'm encouraging all the diaspora to consider the smart city, because it's risky, but of course we have to break the wheel to go forward. Thank you.
One round of applause for our African Queen here. Thank you very much for that very lucid presentation. And you know, we're not that far behind Dubai and all these other countries. We do have very good planners in this country, and we have been planning smart cities. Right now, the plans are still on the drawing board. I think if you Google the Nairobi Railway City Master Plan, you'll see many components for a smart city being imputed into that master plan. So it's been approved, it's been planned out, and I just wanted Arnold just give us a quick clip of what we expect from the Nairobi Railway Master Plan before I ask Mr. Makonnen to take the floor. Thank you. Yeah, green smart cities that were planned out in Athi River. We know that that is a plan in the making. Smart city has been planned out in Kakamega. We have examples of Mwale City. I think some people have heard of it. Yeah, and elsewhere, our architects and engineers have come together with international consortium to try and develop the concept of smart cities in this country. As we've said before, there's an overwhelming desire to, we heard also issues of connectivity, last mile connectivity, where one line is running for kilometers to service part of one of the precincts which they have. There are 9 precincts which constitute the master plan, and one of the precincts which, or zones, which the location is around the Nairobi golf course, yeah, around the golf course there. Around the golf course there, there's some acreage of land. Part of it has been taken of, around the golf course there, there's some acreage of land. Part of it has been taken, of course, without. So just a support, Madam, in what you're saying. Thank you for that presentation.
We can utilize about 100% of all global plastic waste. EPS is mentioned. It's also a plastic product. It's also a plastic product. Polystyrene is one type of plastic. We can also utilize and recycle this material. Because as I mentioned, it is 7 times stronger than concrete. It is fire retardant to be stronger than concrete. It is fire retardant to be now going for fireproof. We did one test, so it's quite unique. And it's not only the technology which is kind of disruptive, if you could use that. It's can produce between 2,000 and 9,000 60 square meter 3-bedroom units per year. Models, smaller models, depending on what you want. Because we produce the building system. It's a patented building system. Carbon negative, and as said, everything here is about creating local wealth, local jobs. Capacity, knowledge, and
getting popular around the world. So one of the key things that has been really a big issue is the construct is also very, it doesn't get infested by termites, yeah? And so wooden structures charge, they cost maybe very little compared to the market prices. That's why they're called affordable. But then in order for the people these houses, we people who are maybe manufacturing, who have the capacity to employ some people who will then have to start with a solution. So I think even as we talk about the affordable housing, I would have been happy if even our country revisited the idea of one village, one product, because it would mean we will be thinking about what products can be manufactured. That is how we are going to actually absorb the big bulk, of jobless people and even our youth, and tap into the talent. So saying that, for example, I've given an example now. Somebody wants to 1,000 kilos of baobab powder. So I've given you the math. How much space do I my warehouse there where I'm stocking the fruit? It is massive structures in order to do that. To the diaspora, this is a sector that they can think of investing in, even in the, to boost. There's a lot of talk right now on the value of continuing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've discovered they're both from Norway, country, and what it does, it lends itself to fast-track building construction. It means you can have a 3-bedroom house within 20 days. And within 1 month, you can have it fully furnished and ready to occupy. The factories are here. I think some of you know the CMAX factory, which is owned by the former president's family. Yeah, it's just at Woiwo along the main road there. And they're the kingpins of the affordable housing scheme right now. I think most of the I'll hand the mic over. Let's stand up. Normally we would do the coconut, but let's see what Mr. Makanan has for us.
No, just stretch out. That's okay. Just stretch out. That's okay.
Then we do another C. Yeah. Then we do a U. Yep. Stretch, stretch, stretch. It's up to the ceiling. Let's stretch. And come on, let's stretch. Let's stretch.
That is. I think for the benefit of everybody here,